Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Good start for Smokin' Alone. Simba's All Trouble and Dr. Lloyd. So there is pace on. Massey Hall comes away in the 4th spot. He's getting a nice tracking trip in front of one of his main rivals. Anything possible from the extreme outside. At the back is Tuck-a-Buck-Away. Simba's All Trouble on the lead from Dr. Lloyd and Smokin' Alone, and Massey Hall joins the fray in the clear. Anything possible is only 2.5 off the leaders heading into the turn as Massey Hall's up to the front. At the back, races Tuck-a-Buck-Away. 23 seconds for Massey Hall. The Lone Floridian over and off track, skipping clear, 3 lengths. Simba's All Trouble is second, then Smokin' Alone, Dr. Lloyd, Anything Possible. And there's Tuck-a-Buck-Away trying to pick up his best stride. So Massey Hall was eager to claim the top spot. He's the leader at the quarter pole. And chasing him is Simba's All Trouble. Tuck-a-Buck-Away rallies to the far outside. Dr. Lloyd tries to pick up his tempo from the inside. Anything Possible is 4 lengths from the front. Massey Hall was eager to claim that top spot, trying to see this one through. Here comes Anything Possible. There's Dr. Lloyd up the inside. Far outside is Tuck-a-Buck-Away. Massey Hall, the Lone Floridian in the Monday opener, trying to hang on, and he does. Anything $50. The trifecta $45.12. 10-cent super. $20.35. Second. And there they go. Good start for Production Credit. Also there, Brock Moninoff. Drossel Diem wants to go. Conformist is going to have to win from just off the pace. The early trailer is Mass Appeal. Brock Moninoff, Drossel Diem, Production Credit, Conformist, 4 gunning. And Mass Appeal's got to like the trip he's getting in behind the 4 leaders. He's about 5.5 or 6 off the pace. Conformist and Production Credit, they pick it up together from Drossel Diem. Brock Moninoff back to 4th, and Mass Appeal gets pace to chase, and now he's beginning his nice run. So they race to the 5/16. Conformist on the lead. Right there with him, both Production Credit and Drossel Diem. And there's Mass Appeal, who was last early, but he got the setup, and he's trying to punch on through. On the front end, Conformist. Mass Appeal joins him at the 3/16. Production Credit is 3rd. Drossel Diem's under pressure, likewise for Brock Moninoff. Mass Appeal testing Conformist. Conformist is all heart. Mass Appeal giving him quite a struggle. Conformist and Mass Appeal. Conformist. Conformist wins the money. Mass Appeal ran big. Then Production Credit, Drossel Diem, Brock Moninoff at the back. 1-4 exact to $12.80. 1-4-2 trifecta, $4.05. 10-cent super, 1-4-2-6. $1.15. Post. And there they go. Good start for Tasty Wave. Here's the speed of Small Pebbles as anticipated. Going, gone, comes away in 3rd. Do You Know Who I Am makes a move for that spot. Following them, Scarf and Midmont. So it is Small Pebbles with the top spot. Tasty Waves chasing the jock from 2nd. Do You Know Who I Am's up close from 3rd. Going, gone is 4 lengths off the lead. 5 lengths to Scarf, Midmond to her inside. So it is Small Pebbles with the lead at the 3/8, better than a length. Tasty Wave stays close from her outside. Likewise for Do You Know Who I Am, third along the inside. Going, gone tries to pick up her stride. She's closing in 3 lengths from the leader. The last 2 are Midmont and Scarf. Small Pebbles on this class drop. Tasty Wave stays close. Going, gone's beginning her bid from the far outside. Small Pebbles off the turn, the one to come and catch. Tasty Wave continues to pursue her. She's cutting into the margin. Small Pebbles, Tasty Wave. Going, gone to the outside. Still Small Pebbles with all the attention. Small Pebbles chased by Tasty Wave the entire trip. And going, gone from the outside. Small Pebbles in front. On the class drop, look at that. 1-4 daily double, $4.10. A 4-6 exacta, $10.60. 4-6-5 trifecta, $5.25. 10-cent super 4-6. And there they go. And Saratoga Beauty hopped at the start. Clifton Punch is showing good speed with Coffee Futures from the inside. Call Me Carmelita comes away running in third, then Disco Party. Saratoga Beauty made a mess of the start. She's second last. Do What It Takes, a late runner, is the last of all. And Long Shot Coffee Futures making the pace. Kind of what I thought. She clears away nearly 4 lengths from Clifton Punch. Saratoga Beauty rapidly getting back into action, but can she overcome all the trouble? In the 4th spot is Call Me Carmelita, but she's a good 7 or 8 lengths from Coffee Futures. Following after her, Do What It Takes and Disco Party. So it's Coffee Futures still with the lead. Saratoga Beauty's chasing her the entire trip, and Clifton Punch is gearing up for a nice stretch run. Here comes Clifton Punch to the outside. Coffee Futures still with the lead. Clifton Punch has every right to move on by. Saratoga Beauty's fighting willingly from between runners. Here's Clifton Punch and Saratoga Beauty. They gather in Coffee Futures. Clifton Punch front and center from Saratoga Beauty. Coffee Futures ran well in defeat. Then Call Me Carmelita in 4th. Super 4316, $10.47. 144 early pick 3, $4.75. Early pick 4 combinations 3 with 135. And there they go. Candy Zip away awkwardly, so all the advantage with Honor Among Men. High Tone is second. Candy Zip will rush up into the action. Can't Beat Me is 4th. Well, Rollo's the last of the quintet. Honor Among Men has the lead. He's going pretty slow for the early stages. High Tone gets within 3 parts of a length. Candy Zip is third. From the inside, Can't Beat Me. Well, Rollo is a little less than 6 from his stablemate. 22 and 4 is indeed soft for Honor Among Men. He's in command at the 5/16 a length. High Tone stays close. Candy Zip from the outside. Can't Beat Me joined by Warrallo. No excuses for Honor Among Men. Candy Zip hopped at the start. The advantage with the big favorite. He crawled through the opening quarter, and he's the one to beat at the 3/16, 46 and 2. Good luck stepping up to Honor Among Men. He's the leader. Did he keep everybody involved? Honor Among Men still with the lead. He opens up far outside is Warrallo, his stablemate, but it is Honor Among Men. Race was over after that opening quarter. Warrallo's second, so it is a Chris Engelhardt victory. Honor Among Men is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Bayern out of the dam. Sweet Destiny Owned by Ron Ciceri, winning trade rock and roll. And there they go, and Shared Success comes away in last. But there should be pace on with Son of Darkness, Co-Conspirator, Gimme the Money attends the pace. From the rail is Candy Rock. Dates Freedom comes away running in fifth. Ring Good is sixth. Farther out, Duck Pond Road, Shared Success was a slow starter. He's the last of all. Son of Darkness making the pace. Co-Conspirator wants to swing into the two-path. Raylu wants away from the inside. Candy Rock is third. Gimme the Money, not sent for speed. Duck Pond Road out there in no man's land. Dates Freedom's a little deep. One from the outside. 4 lengths from the front. 2.5 to Ring Good. And Shared Success is taking closer order. So it is Son of Darkness, Co-Conspirator getting a beautiful stocking trip up the backstretch. Gimme the Money, Duck Pond Road, Dates Freedom, Candy Rock, they line up for third, 3 off the lead. Shared Success gets within 5 lengths of the pace. And Ring Good's the last of all. 49 seconds, Son of Darkness, Co-Conspirator, beautifully positioned by Raylu heading into the turn. Dates Freedom tries to quicken his tempo. 4 lengths from the front. Gimme the Money's trying to close in. Duck Pond Road with a wide journey. Shared Success 5 lengths from Co-Conspirator, who gets the lead and gets first run on Dates Freedom. So it's Co-Conspirator at the quarter pole. Dates Freedom comes with his run. A better flow for Co-Conspirator. Shared Success is also closing. Co-Conspirator coming back to both Dates Freedom and Shared Success. Co-Conspirator, Shared Success up the inside. Dates Freedom to the stand side. Co-Conspirator fights on. Dates Freedom tries to come and tag him. Shared Success is third. A thrilling featured event. And here's Dates Freedom. Dates Freedom tags Co-Conspirator on the line. Shared the double 2-6, $6.70. A 6-3 exacta, $11.60. 6-3-1 trifecta, $9.20. The 10-cent super, 6-3. And there they go. Slow start for Grit and Glory, and he likes to be up on the pace. Sneeds is with the pace. Mr. Larry is there. Mountain Tree. Here's Grit and Glory compromised after that slow start. Cozando goes with him. Flat Bill is currently in the 6th spot from the far outside. Cozando's climbing off of the heels of Sneeds. And here's Feudal. The 10-year-old is about 9 lengths from the pace. Almost 4 lengths to Thank You. Racing with Thank You at the back there. Macho Real and OK Game On. So it is Mr. Larry establishing the pace. Grit and Glory and Mountain Tree are chasing. Mountain Tree is second. Grit and Glory's third. Sneeds is in the 4th spot. Cozando's 1 from the outside, 4 lengths from the pace. Flat Bill advances with a 4-wide run. From the inside is Feudal, 5 lengths from the lead. Almost 6 to Thank You with the Nurka Huertas duo. OK Game On from the rail and Macho Real from the outside. 24 seconds the opening quarter, 48 and 4 the half. Mr. Larry, Mountain Tree. Sneeds is launching his charge from the rail. Grit and Glory. Flat Bill stuck out there in no man's land. Cozando looks to be spinning his wheels. Thank You's going to try to pick it up for his pace for his entry mate. And Thank You is progressing. And farther out, Macho Real with a wide journey. OK Game On is weaving his way through traffic. And he's going to hug the rail. And here comes OK Game On after Mr. Larry. Mr. Larry has the lead near the 8th pole. OK Game On could be the late threat. Cozando didn't kick it into gear. Down to Mr. Larry and OK Game On. And here comes OK Game On up the inside. Mr. Larry trying to get to the wire, responding to the task. And it is Mr. Larry and Emmanuel Di Diego from OK. $16. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We have 9 races this afternoon. Our 8th race is our holiday featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes. Non-Lasix event, 6 furlongs the distance, 3-year-old fillies bred in New York. A field of 6 3-year-old fillies going to post. 4:38 is the approximate post time. We have a good racetrack that is opened up. It has been harrowed. It's drying out as we speak. A $1 pick 6 starting in race 3. A 50-cent pick 5 that will commence in our 5th race. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. In the opener, scratch number 1, Frankie C. 1 Frankie C scratch from our 4th of July opener. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3. There are no changes in race 2. Third race starts the pick 6, an old school pick 6, $1 minimum wager. No carryover this afternoon. Scratch number 5, Our Boy Cheekum. 5 Our Boy Cheekum scratched from the third. Fourth race will start a pick 3 along with a daily double. There are no changes in the fourth. The 5th race commences the pick 5, scratch number 1, investment grade, part of the Lugu entry. Number 1, investment grade, part of the Louis Gutierrez duo, scratch from race 5. On to race 6, number 6, Dream Away 7, 2 pounds over. Our late pick 4 starts in race 6. Our late pick 3 will commence in the 7th race. A couple of scratches, 2 Rollover and the 8 Kill Britain's Red. Number 2 Rollover and the 8 Kill Britain's Red, both scratched from the 7th race, named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.9. David is on the Brother Wee show. And if you want to meet David Wheels Maxwell, he'll be on our track apron on the grandstand side for the 6th race. But our 7th race named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.1, part of the Brother Wee show. All right, let's go to the 8th race. This is the Niagara Stakes. Once again, $50,000 guaranteed, non-Lasix event, 6 furlongs, 3-year-old fillies, New York breds. 1 and 5 both carry 1 pound over the weight. Wait, don't tell me. And Isabel Loves Gold, 1 and 5, 1 pound over. It starts the late double, 4:38 the approximate post time. No changes in the nightcap. 9 race card. The 9th race is clear of change. Sure hope you have a great 4th of July. Chappie's food truck is here. They are with the tent on the grandstand apron. Netson's ice cream truck right alongside. We've got the chicken barbecue out near the clubhouse pavilion, $15 for that chicken barbecue, including a couple of sides. We have free programs for on-track patrons. How to Bet seminars happening, I believe, around 12:45 and 1:45. They are in the lower clubhouse with the How to Bet seminar. And you can also earn a $5 racing voucher. All you have to do is earn 5 points on any gaming machine, take it to the Lucky North Club, and redeem it for that $5 wagering voucher. 9 race card. Enjoy the holiday. Thank you for spending it with us right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Up next, our track handicapper, Dave Mattice. He's going to talk about today's program.
And welcome everybody, and happy Independence Day as we celebrate the 4th of July. It's been a long 4th of July weekend. Probably going to be some more fireworks today. It's expecting some better weather finally. It's almost like it's the first day of summer again after the last few weeks where we had the smoke from the Canadian fires and all the rain that we've had the last few days. Track is drying out. We did get to sloppy yesterday, but drying out. We're right now at good, but the track is open up, and we should be able to get to fast at some point today. So maybe look at some off-track breathing the first couple races, but I would expect us to get to fast at some point today, as that track does dry out pretty quick, and we aren't expecting any more rain today, and at least getting some sun and some warm weather finally here in western New York. We have, of course, 9 races on today's card. That means the $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. The pick 5, which has always been our best wager here, that starts in race number 5. That's a 50-cent minimum wager if you're new to the racetrack, coming in here for the chicken barbecue. Make sure you get out there and get your chicken barbecue while you enjoy the races. Get the free program as well for this 4th of July card. The highlight of the day is the stakes race. Pretty competitive stakes event in race number 8. I say that because I have the longest shot on the board. Morning Line is my top choice in that race. That horse isn't going to go off that price. But anyway, we'll look at today's card. Again, good now, expected to be fast later. Maiden Claiming 11-9 is the first. It goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 1, Frankie C. Biggest issue I have with the first race is what to do with the 2-horse, Indy Symphony, the best bred horse in the race, and she's only had 1 start and showed absolutely nothing. So I did throw her in for second. She did catch a sloppy track that day, too. I was kind of impressed with Regal Rebel's first start off the layoff. I did use her in the top 3. I mean, wasn't the strongest of fields, but she ran pretty well. I mean, she was close up with the pace and hung around to be second, despite being off since October. Now, it wasn't the fastest of time, didn't get a big number for the race, but I would expect her to move forward from that race. It doesn't have to move forward much against this field. I mean, with the scratch of the 1, Frankie C., I mean, what do you got left? Mima Joe Dreams, that one's got a little bit of early speed. That Regal Rebel can be out there with the pace as well. So it's not really that strong of a pace in race number 1 that she could be out there with the early lead with Mommy Joe Dreams. I'll be able to say that one right eventually. The 2-horse, yeah, she's got to be tough, but she's a really tricky read. Definitely the best bred horse in the race. She's out of a dam by Pioneer of the Nile. That dam, this is the first full of that dam, by the way. The dam's a half to a multiple grade 1 winner. That's Artemis Grotero. I know I said that wrong. This will cost $70,000 a 2-year-old. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative when they're in for a claim of 11-9. But class-wise, breeding-wise, you got to consider Indy Symphony. I got her second. Sunshine Girl, she's getting closer, but she's had a lot of chances. And one of the things at a race like this, yes, the experience sometimes helps as the horses learned how to run. But if they're still a maiden after 15 starts, usually you play against them till they finally beat you. But she plays. I mean, her numbers are good enough that she should be in the top 3 in here. She turns back in distance after running in a route last time. Big turn back. Not much for early speed. I guess the downside for Sunshine Girl, there isn't much for early speed in this race, and she's a horse that's going to be coming from out of it. The 5 is Mommy Joe Dreams. She does have some early speed that will help her in here because there isn't a lot. Comes out of a good race. I mean, Fancy Pants, Julia, that one's in the stakes race today, but they didn't go that fast. Not taking anything away from Fancy Pants Julia. She did what had to do first time on dirt, first time here at Finger Lakes. Yeah, this horse is interesting because she's better bred for the turf than the dirt. Her last race, again, it was a tough field even though they didn't come home that fast. I think the pace scenario puts her in the mix today and the quality of the field. So those are my 4 in this race. I did lean towards the 6, Regal Rebel, off a good effort off the layoff and also putting in a bullet work since that race. And that could be a key that this horse should be sharper for race number 1. I would expect her to be out there in the lead with the 5. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, number 1 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Tricky race because somebody's got to win here. And it's a race that it's hard to fall in love with anybody in race number 2. I did go with a horse that's a little bit of a price, Going to go with the 4, Thundering March. Has only had one start off the layoff, and it was a troubled trip. This horse was blocked behind horses for the early part of the race. She seemed to be shying away after he was trying to weave his way through horses. So I think that was a major factor. Now, he doesn't have a lot of early speed. There's not a ton of speed in here. I don't think there's a ton of good speed either, that they could be bunched up early. The Thundering March could be within range, despite it being a short 5.5 furlongs. And that's the concern I had with the lack of pace and the lack of early speed for Thundering March. Is he good enough? But it's hard to really like anybody in race number 2 that maybe you take a shot at Thundering March, where Louis Perez opts to go. The 2 Brody's War came rolling late, but no real excuse in a sense, as it seemed like he had the winner in his sights, Countdown, and just couldn't quite get there. Now, it could be a lot to do with the 47.5 that the winner ended up taking advantage of, but definitely plays in here, although Perez opts to get off of Brody's War to ride Thundering March, and that could be key. The 3 is Misawa. He's got the numbers to win, probably the best buyers in the field coming in here from, I believe, Turf Paradise. And the problem with Misawa, though, is he's been off since December, since being claimed. And since being claimed, doesn't really go up in class, comes in here for 5,000. So I don't know if that's the most positive thing for Misawa, but numbers-wise, this horse is a strong player in this race. So let's see Dino get to the winner's circle. He'll be aboard Misawa. 6 Bumble Monster gets the apprentice rider, Melissa Iorio, who, this horse lost by double digits last time. But if you could forgive that last race, his other starts puts him right there against this field. But you got to forgive the last race. Some of it had to do with he really didn't get out of the gate well. It was an interesting race because the winner was one of the biggest prices of the year, Legendary Bid. And there's a couple of them that just simply didn't fire in that race. That's a lot of times that happens when you get such a big price winner. And some horses are trying to rate behind a 48, and that really didn't work out. And I think that had a lot to do with advantage to the horses that were within a couple lengths of that 48. Bumble Monster wasn't one of them. 4-2-3-6 in race number 2. Third race, we scratched the 5, Our Boy Cheekham. Class-wise, with the drop, you got to consider Full Moon Fever as having an edge in this race. Looks like I'm on the John Buckley bandwagon today, so got him in the 2nd and the 3rd. Better distance for Full Moon Fever. That was probably a little bit of a tightener off of a month layoff. Obviously not his best distance. And keep in mind, he was up against Flying Emperor. Here's a horse that's primarily a router, comes in here back to Finger Lakes, not in a route, but in a sprint against Flying Emperor, one of the best horses on the grounds. What are you doing there? Especially, it didn't break all that sharp either, so never really in it. Wasn't going to win that race anyway against Flying Emperor going 6 furlongs. Now stretches out to a route. Now drops in class to 11-9. Full Moon Fever figures to be awfully tough. But it does look like Honorable Avenue might have a chance to control the pace in this race. Honorable Avenue was close up to what turned out to be a blistering pace on June 13th. Ended up making an early move into that early pace, taking over the lead, and then understandably fading. And the horse that won, Dates Freedom, actually came back to win yesterday. So it did turn out to be a pretty good race, and Honorable Avenue probably got the worst of it when you consider that he did every bit of that early pace of 47 and 112, considering he was right with it, right behind it early, and moved into it about halfway through the race. So I would think it's a different pace scenario today. He looks like the one that's going to be on the front end. Rainier does have some early speed that may push the issue a little bit. Full Moon Fever hasn't shown his kind of speed in quite some time, but Honorable Avenue should be the one on the lead, and he's dangerous in this spot. Make It in New York, it's a tricky read because, he didn't fire at all, but then again, Jitter Juice, who's a good one anyway, got away with a very slow pace. This one was wide chasing in the slop, and for Jitter Juice, that's absolutely walking. So maybe you could draw a line through the last race for Make It in New York. Plus, he's back down to the claiming level of 11-9 after trying a tough allowance race against Jitter Juice. Other than Jitter Juice, the horses were second and third were no world beaters, but Make It in New York should have an improved effort today. This horse is usually close at this level. I did throw in the 6 Kingfish, but he's off the layoff. He's one he's a really big, good-looking horse. The problem with Kingfish is he does get out of the gate a little bit slow, gets a little, I don't want to say he breaks slow, but he's a little slow into stride because he's such a big horse. It looks like whoever's on him, it's not an easy horse to ride when you watch him out there because he is such a big horse in these route races. I'd like to see Kingfish go 1.5 miles. But it is his first start of the year. At least he's coming in with some good work. I'm surprised that this horse, of all horses, got a bullet work with the size of Kingfish. So that might be a good sign for Kingfish. Plus, Keeper Koa, who normally rides Honorable Avenue, is on Kingfish. Might also be a good sign for the fish. I got 2, 3, 1, 6 in race number 3. Remember, that one starts at $1 pick 6. The 4th race starts the pick 5. Oh, man, I was going in all different directions in this 4th race. It's a never won 2 condition going 5.5 furlongs. And one of the things I first looked at is like, well, probably got to put Up for Adventure in the 2nd spot because this horse just has had a lot of chances and doesn't win. The reason I changed my mind, I mean, plus there wasn't much pace in here. The reason I changed my mind is the horse has excuses the first 2 races of the year, and these $5,000 never won 2 races are getting easier. Again, Legendary Bid was close up with a ridiculous pace of 48, took over. I mean, Cousin Greg probably ran the best race coming from way out of it, but he was outside. That was a day, keep in mind, and another thing that's why you had the big long shot winner, the outside part of the track was playing better. Not only was the outside track playing better, front speed got better on the outside part of the track. So who, other than Uncle Greg ran a good race, who is the most up against it when you consider how the track was playing that day? Well, that's Up for Adventure because if it's speed outside, Up for Adventure is trying to close ground up the rail, and he was inside the whole way. And when you consider that, then you can come back and play Up for Adventure. Now, he's had a lot of chances. I wouldn't have a lot of faith putting him on top, and I certainly wouldn't take 8-5 or lower on this horse. But I would think that Dr. Serfolio and 2-Color Map are going to get play in here, too. And the other thing is he got beat by Dutchman Forever, who is almost always a 2nd or 3rd horse, too. But Dutchman Forever got the better of the trips that day, too. So maybe he's found a field he can beat. Again, this is not the strongest of fields. There's not a lot of speed in there. In fact, there's no speed in here. You expect Dr. Serfolio and 2-Color Map to be somewhat of speed. It's not like Dr. Serfolio went that fast on the front end last time. I mean, they may go 48 again today, but Up for Adventure, if they do go 48 today, should be up close, and maybe more of a stocky trip than a sit back and make a run, because that's what's hurting him is his running style. That's what's getting him beat every time. He sits back, makes one run, and then flattens out. I think if they put this horse a little bit closer, more of a stocky type trip, make that one run at the end of 5.5 against this field, I think he can beat this field. I mean, it all depends on, eventually he's going to find a field he can beat instead of keep hitting the board. I got him on top just on the fact that he was against the racetrack last time. Otherwise, I would have put him 2nd. The horse I originally had on top was the 5 2-Color Map. Can be out there with Dr. Serfolio. Does have some good enough numbers in the past. He broke his maiden in a route in the slop, but he did it on the front end in a route in a slop. So he doesn't have much for sprint speed, but neither does anybody in here. That was his only win. But if you look at his race on May 28th, or when he ran against Dutchman Forever, he finished ahead of Up for Adventure that day. And that was a similar slow pace as what you're going to get today. So if this horse is out there and Up for Adventure decides to take back off of the pace, further off pace again. Now keep in mind, Up for Adventure was off a layoff, so he might not have been as sharp. Third start off the layoff for Up for Adventure, he might be still good enough to beat these. Dr. Cerfolio didn't beat anything last time, but he was able to win. That was one of those races where it was a really slow field. And Dr. Cerfolio was off a layoff, but he was low in speed in a sense. They went 48, and Greek Easter really didn't press them. The two of them just kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack. It turned it into those two around the racetrack, a slow enough pace taking everybody else out. Now, Greek Easter wouldn't beat this field, and neither would anybody else in that race. So this is a little tougher spot for Dr. Cerfolio, but he may actually, as slow as he went last time, may actually have a similar tactical edge if he's able to get the front against these. There isn't much speed. I mean, Harley Working used to have speed. You would say, if you go back to like the spring of 2022 or something, then maybe you could say Harley Working had enough speed to get the lead in here, but he's since lost it. Interesting race. Because there's not that much pace, and Up for Adventure does get second a lot. Maybe today he finally breaks through. I wouldn't have a ton of faith in him. Fifth race, scratch the one part of entry, investment grade. Can I get 7-2 on this entry? I mean, the morning line 7-2 on No Stone Unturned and Ouch That Hurt. Speed and a stalker. Those are sometimes the best kind of entry you could have. Now, No Stone Unturned probably needed the race off the layoff. Got out there pretty quick before fading, and it was all a matter of how long Sweet Blindness would keep him in the race too. They made it to the top of the stretch, and then before getting into the stretch and then tiring, and Sweet Blindness drew away. This Sweet Blindness isn't a $5,000 horse that beat her, so keep that in mind. And Sweet Blindness won by a lot, so the margin of defeat not as bad as it looks either. So both parts of this entry, you get two for the price of one. Ouch That Hurt is off the layoff. Last year, he ran okay off the layoff. And, well, you got to figure it was at Saratoga, so I don't even know if you want to count that when you look at last year. Maybe getting a couple races in him before finally coming back. But he was very lightly raced here last year. Only 5 starts overall in 2022, but against better. And both of these horses have faced better in the past that I would think the 2 entry could have a big edge on these as a speed in the closer. But the main threat would be the 5, Make a Joyful Noise. She's faced tougher in the past as well before dropping to 5 towards the end of last year. Came off the layoff, had a tough outside post last time, and still ran pretty well. That was after adding the blinkers. So if this horse moves forward off of that race for the Murph, could find herself in the winner's circle, main threat. Stabilize, more of a stalking type trip here. She used to be more of a speed horse, so Chris Engelhardt had her, but has turned out to be more of a stalking or closer type, not really a closer. When you see her get back about 3 or 4 to 5 lengths, she's not going to win. If she could stay within a couple lengths of the leaders, she should roll on by. She's not like a sit back, make a big run, and that's kind of how Stabilize is, because she used to be a speed type. Now she was in that same race as Sweet Blindness and didn't run that badly at all, and I think she plays to be in the top 3 in here. Trip Road, more of a closer, and finally got the right kind of trip last time. She's had a lot of seconds and thirds. Her running style kind of does that to her. But the thing is, they were keeping her a little bit too close the previous couple starts, and it had a lot more to do with the pace flow of those races. I mean, they went so slow up front that she ended up being up close with the paces, but that's not where she wants to be. She wants to sit back and make a run, and it just really worked out for her last time as the speed backed up. Saratoga Beauty made an early move, and then she made the late move and closed on by. She should make it into the number here, being outside and making that one run. 2-5-1-A-6 in the 5th. Remember, that race starts the pick 5. I got to keep telling myself that. We switch it up from these 8-race to 9-race cards, but the pick 6 stays in the 3rd, while the pick 5 is always the last 5 races of the day. If you can remember that, you'll always know where it is. Too much other stuff to remember, I guess. 6 races, an allowance race for fillies and mares. Non-winners of 3 races. It goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Good competitive race for the 6. And Anthony Ferraro has 2 of them. I did go with one of the Ferraro horses, the 2 Cross Island. I think this horse is sharp right now. Came off an extremely long layoff. This horse was off a whole year, and didn't run that badly on the turf at Aqueduct. Well, got a little bit of a freshening since then, and came here in Finger Lakes and ran very well, beating a 2 lifetime allowance field. And it wasn't like that was a soft field. This horse ran a good race. You know, you got to worry. I mean, she's so lightly raced. She was off so long. If she could keep that form. Well, this field isn't a ton stronger, but it is a little bit tougher moving into the 3 lifetime. But I think this horse can move forward. The way that she's managed here, getting another race into her last time and getting that win, that she could run even better today. I'm going to use her on top. Russia. Well, Russia lost all chance at the start last time. I mean, at 6 furlongs, was she going to win anyway? And that might have been just to tighten her over the track anyway, and now meaning business, stretching out to a route. And this horse has got good form at Oaklawn, was running at the turf at Saratoga and the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. I mean, what do? You draw a line through the last race. You hope that she got something out of it, got the trip over the track, and now stretches out and could be very dangerous in here. Maybe a price. I mean, you know the 6 is going to take some money because of the connections of this one. A Dream Away 7, and understandably so. I mean, she's won 2 of her 3 career starts and has looked good in those races at Aqueduct. She's well bred. Her mother, the Dam, was a stakes winner. She comes off her best buyer, this best last race buyer in the field, I think, the 68. But the thing with, my only downside with Dream Away 7 is, I mean, it's only 1.70 miles, but she's not bred that well for the route. And I think she's more bred for the sprint than she is for the route. But sometimes it doesn't matter, especially when we're talking 1.70 miles against this lifetime competition. Again, she hasn't done much wrong, winning 2 of her 3 career starts. So I'm going to go with the 2-3-6, throwing the Saratoga Kisses up, going a better distance today, and probably needing a race as well. Okay, 7th race. We scratched the 2, Rollover, and the 8, Kill Britain's Red. Now, was that a hunch play today or not? No, maybe not, but I thought it was. We do a welcome. Who's David Wheels Maxwell? You mentioned the Brother Wheel. It was that show, the Brother Wee show was like 20 years ago. That's surprised me they're still going. Credit to them. I know Cornbread Maxwell, but I guess 95-1 is here today. David Wheels Maxwell. If you know who he is, I think he's going to be out there. Welcome to Finger Lakes, David Wheels Maxwell. Anyway, got War Tapped as my top choice here. 7-2. I mean, one of the problems with this race is, looks like the main contenders have speed, and it is only 5.5. But War Tap's going to have to manage things here with Georgie's Lady with speed, and you know Mission Cat's got a ton of early speed, although she's off the layoff. So John DeVille's going to have to manage that. Maybe he just goes being inside the other 2 and puts them away. She looked good in her debut. Now, she was able to have things her way, set a relatively slow pace for the day, and got a clear lead in that race. But you look at the horse that she beat. Man, that one turned out to be a good one. Golden Moonlight. That's enough for me to say this horse moving in for a tag is going to beat this field. Got her on top. I used a long shot for second just because of the pace flow. I mean, if War Tapped gets the lead on the inside, Georgie's Ladies and Mission Cat are all pressing to it. You know, Mission Cat might be the quickest if she's sharp off the layoff. She does set some fast fractures in the past, but either way, you're looking at a quick pace. A horse like Colby Girl might be able to be the one to sit a trip, despite it being a small field. Now, she was up close chasing last time from a 10 post and ran pretty well. That was first time dropping down to 11-9. It was a big 10-horse field. And again, Colby Girl ran well. I don't think she deserves 10-1 after running third when dropping to the level 11-9, especially when I think she could get a trip. She does seem to want to be close, more of a tactical speed horse, but I think she could sit just off and sit on a really nice trip from break it from that rail, being behind the other 3 horses who are going to be getting out there. 3-1-5-4 for me in race number 7. Again, Mission Cat off the layoff. It's been off since September. All right, this is our feature, the 8th race. It is the Niagara Stakes, a $50,000 event. Again, we run our stakes the last few years non-Lasix. So if they've been using Lasix, they have to get off it. That's sometimes not a good angle if you're backing a horse. Horses like Tumbles, Lockbox, and Wait, Don't Tell Me. I mean, they've proven they can run without the Lasix, but they got to get off it today on a hot day. I went to a horse that's 6-1. It's biggest price boring. I don't think I'm going to get this price, but I like the race that Isabel Loves Gold ran last time. I mean, I think most people look at this race looking at last year's form. You cannot handicap this 3-year-old stakes race based on everybody's 2-year-old form, just simply because they're filling out from 2 to 3. That's just a simple handicap at 101. But Isabel Loves Gold, I thought she ran one of her best races last time coming off the layoff. I mean, she's a horse that doesn't have a ton of early speed. She's more of a stalker type. She was up close, made an early move chasing after Golden Moonlight, who just cruised on the front end. Nobody's going to beat Golden Moonlight. That was one of those 1-9 shots that couldn't lose. There's one every now and then. But Isabel Loves Gold still put in good chase. She did get a little tired of chasing at the end, and Wait, Don't Tell Me still didn't go by her. So that was a really good effort by Isabel Loves Gold. Second start off the layoff. Yeah, she just finished ahead of Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's 6-1. Wait, Don't Tell Me is the morning line favorite. So where's the value? That's right. It's with the 5. That's Isabel Loves Gold. Out of Smitten by Gold, if you remember that one, she won more going long, but she also ran 3rd in the Arctic Queen Stakes, going the 6 furlongs. Warsaichi, I mean, this could be a repeat of when these two met. I think it was the Lady Finger Stakes. Warsaichi adds blinkers and looks to be the speed of the speed here. Can she do the same thing that she did in the Lady Finger Stakes last year? And that's control the pace. And that was the problem with Isabel Loves Gold. She just followed the leader. If Warsaichi clears Fancy Pants Julie and everybody else, and she does seem like she might be the speed, although she's outside, I think she could be long gone if she gets a clear early lead like she did in the Lady Finger Stakes. I got her second. Wait, Don't Tell Me. He's got to come off Lasix, while Isabel Love Gold and Warsaichi have been off Lasix, so that could be an advantage to them. But she ran pretty good in that Golden Moonlight race. I mean, they weren't going to beat that horse. As Isabel Loves Gold, I thought, ran the better race because she's chasing. Even though they went slow early, when they start chasing from the half to the 3/4 and trying to get there, it usually favors the other horses getting by the chasers. But she's been running good. Consistent horse, ran good in the 2-year-old stakes last year, running second. Definitely plays. Fancy Pants Juliana could improve. She's had the 2 turf races, came off the layoff last time. The number wasn't that good. I mean, the time was slow, and she didn't beat much. But, like I said, that was her first start off the layoff. This is a $70,000 yearling. She's not really bred for the turf in her first 2 starts of the turf. The dam's a half to 2 graded stakes winners. Somebody's going to improve and step up. It's not impossible for Fancy Pants Giuliano, if you can say that one with a straight face. 5,000 claimer in the last, goes 5.5. I'll go through this one quick. They're probably in the paddock. I thought Lost Anchor, the 2 horses, the speed of the race, hoping the speed is good, and this horse can go the extra furlong, 5.5. The 3, Bayou Melody. This one was against the racetrack last time. I think this horse is going to run better today, as it was that closer's tiring track. I'm going to go with the 1, Unicorn Sally. What do you do with this horse? More of a router, questions the distance, but a big drop in class off of a long layoff. The 7, A Dabble Do, another one coming off the layoff, but not as drastic a drop for this one as she was running competitively for 5,000 last year. Enjoy today's card. Have a happy Independence Day. Go get yourself a chicken barbecue. We continue Monday through Wednesday racing. Next live day tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
Coming onto the track for the 4th of July opener, fillies, 3 and 4-year-olds, maiden claimers 11-9, 5.5 furlong, scratch 1 Frankie C. Good racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4, a 9-race card, post time in about 6 minutes. Let's meet the fillies and their jockeys. Number 2, beginning with the 2, Indy Symphony, Andre Worry. 3 is Sunshine Girl, Kevin Navarro. Next will be the 4, Polly's Angel, Christian Navarro. 5 is Mommy Joe Dreams, Luis Perez. 5-2 second choice. 6 Regal Rebel is the current favorite. 8-5, her jockey is Kaber Koa. 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. Our 4th of July opener starting the early double, the early pick 4. Post time in about 5 minutes. Hello, racing fans. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. 4th of July, 9 races. A beautiful afternoon. A good racetrack that has been opened up. It is harrowed. It is drying out very quickly. We should be fast. Hopefully we can get to fast sooner than later. At least the rain has disappeared for the last 12 hours or so, a little bit more than that. Quite a lot of rain we caught. Started early Saturday afternoon or mid-Saturday afternoon and finally subdued yesterday shortly before the last race, or right around when the card was concluding. So we've got some humid conditions. Sun is out for the 4th of July card. 9 races. We are anticipating a good crowd, so get those wagers in early. We've got a mutual teller in the paddock room. We've got a couple of mutual tellers down in the lower club. So hopefully you can avoid being shut out. Best way to avoid being shut out is to get those wagers in a very timely manner. We've got the chicken barbecue outside the clubhouse pavilion. That's $15 for the chicken barbecue with a couple of sides. The Chappie's hot food truck, they've got their tent out there. Had a little bit of issues with the truck, but they are still here. Big effort. And a big shout out to Chappie's for stepping up and getting here despite all the difficulties. Netson's ice cream truck, they are both on the grandstand apron. We've got our How to Bet seminars happening, and you can earn a $5 wagering voucher. All you have to do is earn 5 points on any gaming machine and then take that voucher to the Lucky North Club. So we're about 3 minutes away until the opener. 6 Regal Rebel will be my top pick. 13th of June was her first start as a 4-year-old, her first start since the middle of October of 2022. She ran a pretty good race. It was a good-sized field of 9. She took some tote support at 7-2. She ran a very, very good race. Ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw on the comeback bid, Kitty Tintin from Paul Barrow's barn. She looks to be the pace in this race. Not a lot of pace on paper, at least from what I can see. I like her workout on the 26th of June. She has good spacing, a nice solid work in between her first start and this comeback, the second start on the comeback. Why not go with her as our top selection in the opener? The price is a little light at 8-5, but with only a field of 5, she looks very logical as one of the players, so can't fault the price. All the way down now to 6-5. Just as we're speaking, she's getting even lower and lower. We'll see if she can control the pace from the outside. 5, Mommy Joe Dreams comes out of a decent maiden special weight race. In fact, the winner, who looked good, Fancy Pants Juliana, will be competing in our Niagara Stakes, our 8th and featured event on our 4th of July card a little bit later on. Mommy Joe Dreams received a lot of tote support. That was her first start here at Finger Lakes. She had been competing on the Niagara circuit. Last year she had 4 starts in 2022. Resurfaced in the middle of May at Belmont in a 6-furlong turf race. She has shown pace in the past. And if you're against the favorite, she looks somewhat logical. 5-2. Mommy Joe Dreams dropping in for the tag of $11,000 for the first time in her career. 3, Sunshine Girl on this BMAC wheelback for Colleen and Brian McCall. Brooke Vicarella, the conditioner. 26th of June, she was in a 2-turn affair. Kind of like what BMAC likes to do, wheel them back quick. Now she's going to turn back to a 5.5 furlong sprint. Put a lot of stamina in those lungs on the 26th of June. Of all the speed types, she was the only one that kind of stuck around. The winner came from far back with a strong, sustained run from the 5/8 to the wire. Graham Monty, the Honorable I, was far back early. So even though there is the S in the racing form indicating it was a speed-friendly race, I don't believe that was the case. Sunshine Girl has shown some promise with that good second-place finish behind Boxton and Board back on the 16th of May for this maiden 11. She's hoping somehow the pace can get a little quick early and she can utilize her foundation in all of her races to her benefit and come rolling through the lane. She is currently 5-2. 2 Indy Symphony is making her second career start, her first start here at Finger Lakes. She drops in all the way to 11. Didn't receive any love in her maiden special weight debut run on the 29th of April. That was over a sealed, sloppy racetrack. Those races can get salty on the Naira scene for that $70,000 purse. Looks like a couple of repeat winners out of there. Now she drops to 11, ventures to Finger Lakes. Somewhat of a spotty work tab considering that she debuted on the 29th of April, came back quickly with 2 works, the 11th and 17th of May, and then not another work until the 13th of June. And here we are now, the 4th of July, and nothing in between. She's on the class drop. She is somewhat respected on the board at 3-1. No love for the 4 Polly's Angel. She does have a nice workout before that Presque Isle race. Hasn't done much running, in for 11. She deserves to be the longest shot of the quintet. 6-5-3-2 in the opener. We scratched the 1 Frankie C. Concerning the early doubles, second race is not the easiest assignment. Lukewarm endorsement for the 4 Thundering March at a nice 8-1. The other horse I looked at was the 2 Brody's War. Pretty interesting that their jockeys are flip-flopping here. Luis Perez was aboard Brody's War in that horse's most recent start, and Christian Navarro was aboard the 4 Thundering March on the 20th of June. Now Luis Perez takes over Thundering March, and Christian Navarro is on Brody's War. 4-2 for me in race 2 if you're playing the early double. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 4th of July opener. All the way to the bottom with the 6, Regal Rebel, big favorite, 4-5. 2 and 3, both 3-1. The 5, Mommy Joe Dreams, 7-2. Big long shot for Polly's Angel, 27-1. 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies at the starting gate, loading pretty quickly. Inside 2 are situated. Here's Polly's Angel. Mommy Joe Dreams will be next, and Regal Rebel, the big favorite, all the way down to 3-4 in the wagering. She'll be the last of the quintet to the outside. Ready for the 4th of July opener. And there they go. Good start for Regal Rebel. Mommy Joe Dreams is showing pace. Indy Symphony flashing some foot along the inside. Then Polly's Angel. And Sunshine Girl is the last of all. Regal Rebel, the expected pacemaker from the outside. The chalk clears away from Mommy Joe Dreams. Switching into the two-path. Indy Symphony is 2.5 off the lead from the rail. Almost a length to Polly's Angel. Better than 2 lengths to Sunshine Girl. 22 4/5 for Regal Rebel. Pretty sensible pace for her. No excuses midway through the turn. She controls this affair by 1.5 or 2 to Mommy Joe Dreams and Indy Symphony. Sunshine Girl's trying to pick up her stride. She's into the 4th spot. Long shot Polly's Angel. Relegated to the rear. 3/16 from the line. Regal Rebel, the one to come and catch. Mommy Joe Dreams has been chasing the chalk the entire trip. Sunshine Girl makes a move for 3rd, then Indy Symphony. Regal Rebel, 4-5. All aboard. Regal Rebel, gate to wire winner for the 4th of July program. Mommy Joe Dreams was 2nd, then Sunshine Girl, Indy Symphony, and Polly's Angel, the last of the quintet. Start out the holiday card with the chalk 6 Regal Rebel. All the way on the front end as kind of anticipated. 1 minute 6 and 52 100ths the final running time. The 5 Mommy Joe Dreams chased her the entire trip. 3rd place to the 3 Sunshine Girl. 4th place to Indy Symphony. 6-5-3-2 in the 4th of July opener. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is number 6, Regal Rebel. 4-year-old Bay filly by Tiz Now out of the Dam Queen Amera. Owned by 315 Racing, LLC. Winning a trainer, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Grabowski. The winning jockey, Kay Burkoa. The winner was bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm, LLC, along with River Valley Farm. And race 1 is official. 6-5 exacta, $8.10. 6-5-3 trifecta, $2.85. 10-cent super, 6-5-3-2, 71 cents. Second race is clear of change. It starts the early pick 3. Post time in about 21 minutes at 1:44. Horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby. $150,000 added. 3-year-olds, New York breds, 1 mile and 1/16 to be run on Monday, July 17th. Nominations close tomorrow. Horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby. This Monday, July 10th, we'll have another $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. It is free for all Lucky North Club members. $1,000 to the winner. $600 for second. $400 for third. $50 racing vouchers. Participants in the contest, the Handicappers Challenge. Have a chance to win that $50 racing voucher between races 2 and 6. That's this Monday. Our $2,500 Handicappers Challenge, free for all Lucky North Club members. It pays to be part of our Lucky North Club, especially on Wednesdays if you are 50 years of age and older, with our Club 50 promotion. Lucky North Club members with that Club 50 promotion get a free program every Wednesday. All you have to do is show your Player Extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level. That's for your complimentary program. Every Wednesday, Club 50 promotion. Part of our Lucky North Club advantages. Sign up and be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com. 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races. Other percentages from different racetracks around the country. New customers that deposit and wager $100 will receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you are not a member, make sure to sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. And don't forget, on-track patrons this afternoon can get some free programs, so take advantage of that great promotion. Also, our chicken barbecue for $15. 4th of July, thank you for spending the holiday right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
Got about 12 minutes to post for race number 2, and Regal Rebel able to get to the front end. She was sharp with the bullet work coming off a good second place finish off the layoff. Yeah, if that trainer looks familiar, that was former top rider John Grabowski, who was a Finger Lakes legend back in his day. He got the victory. Keeper Koa aboard for that win. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5. Horses that have not won 2 races. And this one pretty competitive. I know it's only a 6-horse field, but you really can't eliminate anybody in here, as nobody has just the strong look that he's going to be much better than the rest of his rivals. Now, I did go to the 4 Thundering March as my top choice. One of the reasons is Perez opted to ride here, and if you got a flip-flop of jockeys between the 2 and the 4, but if you watch Thundering March's last race, he was blocked early. He was encountering some trouble in that race. A lot of them did. His Legendary Bid was a big long shot in that race. The track was favoring horses off the rail that had a little bit of early speed. Legendary Bid fit the bill, was up close to that 48.5. Anybody that kind of rated off of that 48 seemed to just kind of flatten out. And Thundering March was rating off of that horse. He did have some horse, but he was also blocked a little bit and had some early trouble before finally getting some room, but didn't really fire after that. Well, it was his first start off the layoff. Problem is he doesn't have much for early speed, but maybe he could be close enough in a race that just has no world beaters. The 2-horse Brody's War did run well in his last race, closing on a 47 behind Countdown. Looked like he had that one in his sights and just came up a little bit short. Countdown came back to win, although Countdown took advantage of the other speed, not getting out of the gate that well. I think it was Uncle Vic in his next start. So second start over the track for Brody's War, obvious top 3 contender. He's at 5-2. The 3-horse Misawa comes off a layoff since December. That was his first start since September, so he's very lightly raced. Does have better numbers than most of these if you go by Bayer figures, Equibase figures, Brisnet figures, whatever you use. He seems to be a little bit better coming out of those races at Canterbury and Turf Paradise. Question is, off of the layoff since December, is he still good enough to beat these? And that's a big question mark. Does get Dino aboard. Like to see Dino visit the winner's circle. He's had just a few mounts this year. Well, that's some of the horses that play here in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race.
Second race, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Our second race is clear of change. It will start the early pick 3 post time in about 6 minutes at 1:44. Here's the field. 1 Smart Storm, Carlos Barbosa. 2 Brody's War, Christian Navarro. Next will be number 3 Masawa, Undine Freights. 4 is Thundering March, Luis Perez, the favorite at 2-1. 5 Banco Medici, Rafael Rohina Jr. And the 6 is Bumble Monster and Melissa Iorio. That's the field of 6, race 2 in about 4 minutes. All right, fans, second race starting our early pick 3. Thundering March is the horse that I've landed on as my top pick, but I have to admit the 8-1 on the morning line sure looked a lot better than this current 5-2. How about Thundering March when he rocked everybody's boat back on the 9th of November, graduating at 52-1. That was his 3rd start with the blinkers. He's been racing with the blinkers for 5 consecutive races. He ended up finishing a good 2nd to conclude his 3-year-old campaign on closing day. The winner is a pretty decent horse, Bustin Pietra. The 3rd place finisher we're going to see a little bit later on in race 4, Up for Adventure, who will probably be the favorite. I kind of liked his comeback race on the 20th of June. I watched that replay this morning, and I thought this horse was somewhat eager to want to go, and Christian Navarro just kind of let him stay where he was. The pace was soft, 23-2 and 48, and Legendary Bid ended up posting that huge upset at 76-1. It's very interesting that Christian Navarro, who rode Thundering March, is now on Brody's War. Luis Perez, who recently rode Brody's War, is on Thundering March. A little bit of musical chairs with a couple of jockeys here in race 2. The 4th, Thundering March, now the price at 7-2. I'm willing to give this one a look as my top selection. 2, Brody's War is a horse I picked on the 16th of May. Been waiting for this horse to come back. Unfortunately, he has scratched a couple of times. He only has 1 workout since that 16th of May affair, and that was on the 9th of June. So I'm not sure what's really going on with Brody's War. A couple of scratches in between the 16th of May and today. Musical chairs with the jockeys. I made Brody's War my 2nd pick. He's the current favorite at 2-1. After that, I found the race to be a little bit difficult after the top 2. Landed on the 5, Banco Medici, for 3rd. I've always thought this horse had a little bit of ability. Once upon a time, he was conditioned by Mike Lassesi. I remember last year I was touting this horse on a few occasions. He had run some races at Tampa that had caught my attention. He ran some races last year that were pretty good. Wayne Sparling claimed him and ended up getting this horse to graduate on the 24th of May for 11. The last time out, didn't run much, but that was against a lot better. This is a much more reasonable placing. His best race makes him competitive. What's his price? 3-1. It's a little low on the board, but I think he has some ability, especially when in for this 5,000 level. 6, Bumble Monster. I really have no excuses on the 20th of June. I don't know what happened. I liked that horse that day. Didn't run much. Sluggish start. He found himself far back behind a soft pace. The races before that were pretty enticing, especially the race 2 back on the 16th of May. He's a big 14-1. If you look at those 3 races to start the 23 campaign here at Finger Lakes, in this similar condition, he's 9-2, 2-1, and 7-2. If you believe in him, he's 14-1 on the board today. I give him a look underneath. Didn't know what to make of the 3, Misawa. He's only had one race in September of 2022, and that was in early December. He only has 2 recorded workouts on the paper. He's 1 for 16 in his career. Some of his races in the past are good enough to make him competitive here, no question about it. His price of 5-2, I thought he'd be a little short. Not many races to go by of late. Tina Chamberlain with only 1 win so far in 23. Dean Freight's looking for his first win in 2023. This horse is a little short on the board for my liking. I'm going to give him one and then look for him in start 2 or 3 a little bit later on this season. Lukewarm endorsement for the 4, Thundering March. He's drifting up to an enticing price of 5-1. He's my top pick here in race 2. And we do encourage all fans to get those wagers in a very timely manner. We got a good crowd for the holiday. Nothing worse than picking a winner and getting shut out. Best way to avoid being shut out is get those wagers in a very timely manner. We do have a mutual teller up in the paddock room. We also have a couple of mutual tellers down in the lower club. So make sure to get those wagers in a very timely manner. Good crowd here for the 4th of July program. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. Number 2, Brody's War is the favorite at 9-5. Number 3, Misawa, 5-2. Then the 5, Banco Medici at 3-1. Smart Storm will be the first of 6 into the gate. There's the favorite, Brody's War, 8-5 in the wagering. Next will be Misawa. First start in 2023. Dean Freight's teaming up with Tina Chamberlain. There's Thundering March. Banco Medici looking for 2 out of 3. And then the big long shot, Bumble Monster to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Smart Storm, Banco Medici show pace. Also quickly into stride, Brody's War and Misawa. Thundering March is 5th. Bumble Monster, the last of all. On the front end, Brody's War making the pace from Misawa. Smart Storm's up close. Banco Medici vying for 4th with Bumble Monster advancing with his wide charge. Thundering March is 5 lengths from the leader. And the leader is Brody's War heading into the turn, a length to Misawa. Bumble Monster into the fray from the far outside, getting within a length, 3 deep. Smart Storm is 4th. Thundering March now commencing his bid. Banco Medici relegated to the rear. Brody's War has the lead. Right there with him, Masawa. Smart Storm goes for an opening along the inside. Thundering March is gathering momentum from the 5th spot. Bumble Monster flattening out just a bit. And now Masawa is up to the front. Masawa has the lead past the 8th pole, kicking clear for Dino. Smart Storm is second. And to the outside, Bumble Monster. Masawa at 7-2 wins going away from Smart Storm, Bumble Monster, and Brody's War. Number 3, Masawa. When will I learn about abbreviated work tabs here at Finger Lakes? This horse only had 2 recorded workouts. Gets the job done pretty easily. Way to go, Tina Chamberlain and Dean Freites. Masawa, 1 minute 6 and 5/100ths. The 1 Smart Storm, I believe, checked in second. Then the 6 Bumble Monster. And then the 2 Brody's War. Yep, those are the numbers. 3-1-6-2, unofficially in race 2. Masawa. Good looking victory. 5-year-old Chestnut gelding by First Samurai out of the dam Lula Talula. Owned and trained by Tina Chamberlain. Winning jockey Dino Dean Freites. California bred by Alan and Susan Branch. Second race is official. 3-1-6-2. 6-3 early double, $20.60. 3-1 exacta, $58.50. 3-1-6 trifecta, $88.50. 10-cent super 3-1-6-2, $45.80. Third race, we'll start our 4th of July pick 6. It's $1 minimum wager, an old school pick 6. No carryover this afternoon. Scratch 5 Arboy Cheekham, 5 Arboy Cheekham out of the 3rd. Other changes, 5th race, scratch 1 investment grade, part of the Louis Gutierrez entry. 7th race, couple of scratches, 2 and 8, rollover, and Kill Britain's Red. And that's it for the changes. Our pick 6 in about 22 minutes at 2:14.
getting ready for race number 3. Congratulations to Dino Freites getting the victory on Misawa for owner-trainer Tina Chamberlain. A couple years ago, Tina went on an absolute roll as the claim queen that year, just claiming horses and moving them up. Dino getting the mount, that went off the claim, gets the victory today, a little bit better than those horses, and despite the layoff, was much better today. Third race starts the pick 6, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also offered. 11-9 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. We scratched the 5, Our Boy Cheekum. Yeah, no surprise, Full Moon Fever is going to get some play here. Full Moon Fever has had success here at Finger Lakes too, with a couple victories in the past, running in the allowance conditions. Well, his last race wasn't as good, but he also ran against Flying Emperor, one of the best sprinters on the ground. So no shame there in that 3 state bred to finish behind Flying Emperor. And it isn't his best distance, 3/4. Now he stretches out to a better distance and drops in class the 11-9. You think that would be the recipe for victory, but then you also got to ask yourself, though, why the drop? Why not just the stretch out for an allowance level? So that's the question mark with Full Moon Fever, but he figures to be awfully tough off company kept. The 3, Honorable Avenue, appears to be the speed of the race. He was up close to a blistering pace on June 13th and actually moved into that pace to take over the lead before they even hit the stretch, and then understandably faded after that. But that 47 was even quicker than that day. They went 112 to the 3/4. So I wouldn't expect that kind of a pace here, as it appears to be much less pace signed up for this race. And the horse that won Dates Freedom came back to win just the other day. So Honorable Avenue, from a tactical standpoint, might have the edge on most of these rivals. The 1, Make It in New York, I think you could draw a line through the last race of Make It in New York, and he also drops in class from the 11-9 level. He never really got out, never got into the race. Jitter Juice was able to control the pace up front, and this one just kind of chased and faded from there. And that was in the slop. The race before at this level was in a sprint, and he ran second to heavily favored Bustin Pietre, never really in it. But he was always right there in route races at this level last year. He's a top 3 threat here. $1 pick 6 starts with a 3rd. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available. Scratch the 5, Our Boy Cheekum.
Race 3, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since the 4th of January 2023, non-winners of 4 races in their careers. Claimers 11 down to 9, scratch the 5, Our Boy Cheekum. First leg of our 4th of July pick 6, $1 minimum wager. Here they are. Number 1, Make It in New York, John Davila Jr. 2 is Full Moon Fever. He's the big favorite at 7-5 with Luis Perez. Next will be number 3, Honorable Avenue, Joel Cruz. 4 is Reiner, Jackie Davis. Reiner's gunning for 2 in a row, scratch the 5. And 6 is Kingfish, Caber Cohen, John Grabowski looking for doubles. A field of 5 in race 3, post time in about 5 minutes. Pick 6 time on the 4th of July card, a $1 minimum wager, old school style pick 6 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. No carryover this afternoon. Full Moon Fever, he's the horse to beat here in race 3, no question about it. 7-5, make him my top pick. Big class drop for Full Moon Fever. Here is a horse who has made just under $250,000 in earnings His career best Beyer of 87 towers over this group. He won the first state bred at Aqueduct on the 9th of December. He won the first state bred here at Finger Lakes earlier in 2022. Ran second to Beta, who's a pretty nice horse, on the 16th of November. Troubleshooter's also a very nice horse. Flying Emperor's in the company lines with Daddy Knows, Whittington Park, other good horses. He towers over this group. He's the horse to beat, a short price favorite. Interesting side note, his groom, Omaha, who's been working for John Buckley for quite some time, is sitting on a milestone. A victory today by Full Moon Fever will give Omaha his 100th career victory as a groom for trainer John Buckley. Pretty cool side note. 3 Honorable Avenue could be the pace of the race. He comes out of a pretty fast race on the 13th of June. He was up close to that fast pace, made a nice middle move, but he flattened out. It was only his second start of the season. His race before that was pretty good at this level, although it was sprinting. He has had some success at this 2-turn distance here at Finger Lakes. Both of his victories last year were traveling around this 2-turn configuration. His last 3 races, he's had the misfortune of running up against repeat winners. Old Man Winter, number 1 Dillon, Dates Freedom won the first state bred yesterday. Honorable Avenue, a major pace player here in race 3. However, he doesn't win very often, only 3 for 39, 11 seconds and 6 thirds. It should be noted, though, Mark Tasso claimed this horse in July of 21, and his record under Mark is 12 starts with 2 wins, 3 seconds and 3 thirds. Honorable Avenue, perhaps the logical upsetter possibility at Full Moon Fever. Full Moon Fever, though, definitely the horse to beat. 4 Reiner is coming into this race on a very positive note. Of his last 4 races, 2 have resulted in trips to the winner's circle, an authoritative 5 1/4 length victory, 4 back against 8,000 N2Ls at Tampa. Disappointing effort thereafter, rebounded with a credible 3rd, put it all together here at Finger Lakes on the 20th of June, defeating Much Easier by 7 3/4. He was up close to the pace. He enters this one on a sharp note. He is a Kentucky bred. Reiner at 2-1, getting a lot of love on the board. The one Make It in New York, I'm not sure what to make of Make It in New York. A couple of his better races on paper, in my opinion, have been in 1-turn races. He won a 1-turn, 1-mile race last year at Belmont. He was then in John Grabowski's barn. John tried him around 2 turns. He ran some even races. Chris Engelhardt claimed him. He ran some even 3rd-place finishes thereafter. I liked his 2nd-place finish in a 1-turn sprint on the 24th of May. I think he's a little better sprinting than 2-turning, but hey, what do I know? Make It in New York at 6-1. And then you get Kingfish. Boy, Kingfish would be a player in this spot, and perhaps he still is a player. He's a horse with a lot of ability, 5 for 24 in his career. A very favorable record here at Finger Lakes, 3 for 13. He fits very nicely at the level. The only problem with Kingfish is he's a 2-turn horse, and this is his first start of the season. And if you look at the early races in 2022, he needed a couple of races before he started running his better races. So I'll give Kingfish a race or 2. But hey, I just gave Masawa a race or 2, and he got to the winner's circle. 7-5 Full Moon Fever. He is the deserving favorite. It's a pretty good field of 5. All horses have a chance. Looking forward to the 3rd. It starts our pick 6. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race. Big favorite as expected, the 2 Full Moon Fever at 4-5. Reiner and Kingfish both 7-2. Make it in New York the first of 5 into the starting 8. Here is the favorite, Full Moon Fever. Next will be Honorable Avenue. Reiner gunning for 2 in a row. Kingfish the last of 5. Kaberkoa and John Grabowski looking for doubles. 4-5, Full Moon Fever. Ready for the 4th of July pick 6. And there they go. Honorable Avenue straight to the front. Reiner sits in the second spot. Make it in New York third, then Full Moon Fever. Kingfish the last of all. So Honorable Avenue, the expected pacemaker with the top spot through the early stages. Reiner, his closest pursuer. Full Moon Fever's into third, then Make It in New York. And Kingfish is the last of all. Honorable Avenue by 2.5 lengths to Reiner. Full Moon Fever 3 lengths off the pace. Make It in New York 4 lengths from the front. Kingfish 5 lengths covering the quintet. Single file 25-2 for Honorable Avenue, slowing it down under Joel Cruz. Reiner gets a little closer under Jackie Davis. Full Moon Fever, Luis Perez third, 2.5 from the front. Make It in New York and John Davila Jr. fourth, and they're 5.5 off the 2 leaders. It's a length back to Kingfish and Kaberkoa. Honorable Avenue has slowed it down 50 1/5. He has allowed Reiner to get closer. Full Moon Fever sitting a beautiful tracking trip from third, 3 lengths off the leaders. More than 4.5 lengths to Make It in New York and Kingfish. Reiner puts his head in front of Honorable Avenue, comes back for more. Full Moon Fever now 4 lengths from the 2 leaders. Honorable Avenue and Reiner mixing it up, and Reiner has his nose in front. Honorable Avenue sticks to him. Full Moon Fever taking his sweet time to gear up from third, and it's Reiner with the lead. Full Moon Fever trying to close in. Reiner, Honorable Avenue still fighting on. Reiner has the lead, and Honorable Avenue tries to come back for more. Full Moon Fever closing to the outside. It's Reiner with the lead. Honorable Avenue's trying to re-rally. Here's Full Moon Fever to the outside. Reiner and Honorable Avenue. Reiner. Reiner from Honorable Avenue, then Full Moon Fever, and Make It in New York checked in fourth. $1:45 65 100ths the final time. Reiner is sharp. 3 out of his last 5 races have resulted in a trip to the winner's circle. It's a heads-up ride by Jackie Davis, staying close enough to Honorable Avenue. Honorable Avenue tried to come back for more. Full Moon Fever took his sweet time to gear up. 1:45 65 100ths the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry signs up on the board. Stewards want to take a look at some action involving both the 4 and the 3. Make sure to hold all tickets. Stewards inquiry involving the 4 and the 3. Hold all tickets. Number 4, Reiner is the unofficial winner. Second place to the 3, Honorable Avenue. Third place, number 2, Full Moon Fever. Fourth place, number 1, Make It in New York. Entering the winner's circle is the unofficial winner, number 4, Reiner. Give him 2 in a row, 3 out of his last 5. He's pretty sharp. 5-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Vancouver. Out of the Dam Laughed Often. Owned and trained by him, Anthony Ferraro. Winning jockey, that girl, Jackie Davis. A Kentucky bred by Lambholm. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the video coverage, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. No change here in race 3. Stewards felt that nothing affected the placings. Race 3 will stand as is, 4-3-2-1, 4-3-2-1 in today's third. And race 3 is official, 4-3-2-1. A 3-4 daily double, $86. 4-3 exacta, $57.50. 4-3-2 trifecta, $23.12. 10-cent super, 4-3-2-1, $8.07. Fourth race, no changes. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:46. Way to claim out of today's third race. The third place finisher, number 2, Full Moon Fever, moves to the barn of Jeffrey Englehart, new owner Robert Photos. Number 2, a Full Moon Fever, claimed by Jeffrey Englehart, new owner Robert Photos.
Okay, getting ready for race number 4, and long inquiry for the third race. As some bumping going on as it was tight around the turn, and Rainier came over a little bit on Honorable Avenue. Honorable Avenue then came out on Full Moon Fever, so stewards were looking at everything there, but nothing really to change the outcome of the positions that they had decided, and Rainier able to hold on to the victory under Jackie Davis, who did do a good job of recognizing the slow pace, moving early while Full Moon Fever still sat back off of the pace, and that was probably the difference as well with that ride. So Rainier steps up in class after winning last time, a dominant win last time against an easier field, but stays sharp and now makes it 2 in a row since arriving back at Finger Lakes. That for M. Anthony Ferraro. Fourth race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Current favorite is the 6, Up for Adventure, and very playable. It's just tough to have a lot of faith in Up for Adventure if you're going to take a short price, as he is 1 for 20 in his career. Now, he was against the track last time, trying to close up the inside on an outside speed. Inside was not playing very well, especially for horses that were trying to come up the rail. Not a ton of pace here. He was a beaten favorite the race before, but he did have a good effort off of the layoff going 3/4. He shortens up to 5.5. One of these days he's going to find a field he could beat, and it looks like there's a good possibility that it's this field. He's at odds of even money. A 2-color map figures to be the outside of the 2 speeds. Dr. Serfolio maybe the inside. There's just not a lot of speed in here. It's not like Dr. Serfolio's that quick. He did a 48.5 on the lead last time. 2-color map, 47 and 3 basically. He could do the half. So with the other one inside, those 2 could be out there in 47 and 3. Only what is the route for a 2-color map, but maybe a tactical edge here, as a lot of horses today coming out of that legendary bid race on June 20th. He's another one, as well as Up for Adventure. Yeah, my third choice was the 3, Dr. Serfolio. Didn't really beat the strongest of fields when breaking his maiden. It was one of those races somebody had to win. The 2 speeds basically ran 1-2, as Dr. Serfolio and Greek Easter just kind of followed the leader, and he went 48 to the half. Second start off the layoff, he actually could run better, and it's a better field, but from a pace scenario, it's not like the pace scenario is any different. So that could be to the favor of Dr. Serfolio. He may need to improve a little bit, as he didn't beat much last time. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts with the 4th. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Race 4, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. No changes. Post time in about 4 minutes. There's the field. Number 1 is Magic Pro with Heeman Harkey. Here's the 2, Riley B, Jeremias Flores. 3 is Dr. Surfolio, Caber Koa. Caber looking for a riding double. 4 is Hardly Working, Giovanni Paredes. Next will be the 5, 2-color map, Michael Davila Jr. Big favorite to the outside. 6 Up for Adventure, John Davila Jr. 4-5 favorite on the board. 3 minutes until the 4th. Race 4 offering a double and a pick 3. Big favorite to deal with the 6 Up for Adventure. Talk about him momentarily. Didn't see a lot of pace on paper. Maybe 2-color map, if he repeats the effort 2 back, could be pretty formidable in this spot. I liked him that day. He did everything but seal the deal. Had the lead at the 8th pole, just came up a little short. Last time out, he was trying to chase that soft pace, which was controlled by Legendary Bid and Hangout. It was hard to get by them. Not a lot of pace on paper. I mean, Dr. Surfolio, I guess, has some speed from the inside. 22-4, 2 back. He's second by a head. I guess if you look at his race once upon a time back at Gulfstream, Dr. Surfolio probably makes the pace. But 2-color map should be tactically positioned from his outside in a very paceless race. Looking at the 5, 2-color map, hopefully to repeat that effort. 2 back. 6 Up for Adventure. A good late running sprinter. Usually gives a good account of himself. Doesn't win very often. 1 for 20 with 2 seconds in all those thirds. If he's going to break through, perhaps it is today. There's not much to deal with in this spot. But once again, here is a horse who closes from a little further back, and he's trying to do it into a soft pace, and he's a short price. 3, Dr. Surfolio could be the pace of the race. He used front-running tactics on the comeback bid on the 21st of June. He was protected that day. I'm not sure what he beat that afternoon, but hey, we're not going to hold that against him. A Florida bred who once upon a time was running it against a much better at Gulfstream Park. And like I was just talking about, that race back in the middle of December of 21, that could put him on the front end. 22-2 that day. He's only a length off. The race on the 31st of October, he's a head off of 22-4. Race before that, he's a length off of 22-3. Caber Koa has a very good clock in his head. Wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Surfolio is the one in front and the one they all have to pass. Didn't know what to make of the 2, Riley B, venturing to us from Belterra. Before that, Churchill down. So he's basically been right around that Kentucky-Ohio circuit with the Turfway Park form. Then Belterra, Churchill, Belterra again. He was good enough to graduate against maiden special weights at Belterra. He was good enough to be forwardly positioned in a 1-mile affair against 7,500 N2L. Seems like he's a good fit here at Finger Lakes, and he's 5-1. 5, 6, 3, 2. Perhaps if I could reevaluate, maybe the 3, Dr. Surfolio, could be the speed of the race. We shall see. 5, 6, 3, 2 is what I landed on. Best of luck with your selections here in the 4th. Don't forget, fans, we have Chappie's Hot Food Truck here. They have their tent. They had a little bit of issues with their food truck. Give them a big round of applause just making it here. They had all sorts of difficulties, could have caved it in, said, you know what, we're going to come honor our commitment. Way to go with Chappie's Hot Food Truck. They're under the tent, so go give them some love and get some hot dogs and hamburgers. Right next to them, Netson's Ice Cream Truck. Both of those, the tent and the ice cream truck on our grandstand apron. Don't forget about the chicken barbecue for $15, including a couple of sides. If you haven't picked up your free program, make your way to our program stands. Free programs for all on-track attendees. Hope you're enjoying your 4th of July right here at Finger Lakes. nearing the gate. It's post time for the fourth race. Big favorite to the outside, number 6 Up for Adventure at 6-5. 3 Dr. Serfolio 5-2. The 5 two-color map at 3-1. Then the 2 Riley B at 7-2. Magic Pro is in. Here's Riley B. Dr. Serfolio. Hardly Working will be next. Hardly Working acting up just a little bit behind the gate. Two-color map and the favorite Up for Adventure. Up for Adventure, the last of 6 to the outside. Ready for the race. And there they go. Dr. Serfolio's out for the lead, and two-color map's going to try to stay close. Riley B wants to show a little pace from the inside. Hardly Working comes away running in 4th. Magic Pro is 5th, and Up for Adventure, the favorite, is the last of all. Dr. Serfolio and Cabercoa making the pace from two-color map. Riley B from the rail, Hardly Working to his outside. Magic Pro has 5 to find heading into the turn. And Up for Adventure's 9 lengths from the front. 23-1. The flow's favorable for the top 2. Dr. Serfolio. And to his outside, two-color map. Hardly Working's chasing them. Magic Pro's trying to launch a bit. Riley B stays close to this soft pace. Up for Adventure still at the back. Dr. Serfolio, the one to beat at the 3/16. Riley B comes with his run. Two-color map gives way. It's Dr. Serfolio with all the pace advantage. Cabercoa, the king of the clock. Dr. Serfolio for 2 in a row. Riley B was second. Hardly Working third. And here's Up for Adventure at the mercy of this soft pace late on the scene for the Super. Caber's got the clock, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Dr. Serfolio, a front-running winner. Not a lot of pace on paper. Caber took full advantage. 1 minute 6 and 81 100ths. Second place 2, Riley B. Photo 3rd and 4th. Make sure to hold all tickets. 2 in a row, Dr. Serfolio. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Uncaptured out of the Dam Amelia's Wild Kitty. Owned by Peekaboo Stable. Winning trainer Jim Aquilano. A double for K. Burkoa. Florida bred by Jill Imperio, Pamela Weidel, and Red Oak Stable. Third place 4, hardly working. Fourth place 6, up for adventure. Race 4 is official. 3, 2, 4, 6, the top 4 finishers. That exacta $47.20. The double 4, 3, $50. 3, 2, 4 trifecta, $81.62. 10-cent super, 3, 2, 4, 6, $31.45. 3, 4, 3 early pick 3, $84.12. 1, 6 with 3, with 4 with 3, the early pick 4, $175. Fifth race, scratch 1, investment grade, part of the Louis Gutierrez entry. This race will start our 4th of July pick 5. Seventh race, 2 and 8, both scratch, 2 and 8 out of the 7th. Post time for the pick 5 in about 20 minutes at 3:15. Hey fans, tomorrow if you're 50 and older and part of our Lucky North Club, then you're part of our Club 50 promotion and you get a free program. Wednesday's Club 50 promotion. Simply show your Player Extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level. That's every Wednesday for your complimentary program. Horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby. $150,000 added. 3-year-olds, New York breds, 1 mile and 1/16. The New York Derby is set to be run on Monday, July the 17th, and nominations close tomorrow. Horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and didn't look like much pace there. Dr. Serfolio, again with a tactile edge, up for adventure, finding himself way too much to do earlier. Kiberkoa getting his second win of the day. That for trainer Jim Aquilano. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer. Horses have not won 2 races since to date. Goes 5.5. We scratched the 1 part of entry, investment grade. A couple 9 to 5 shots in here. The 2 entry for Barrow, he has speed and the stalker. No doubt who's going to be on the front end in this race. It will be the 2, No Stone Unturned. Just a matter of her sustaining that speed. She usually does make things interesting, but she probably needed her initial start of the season. Last year, she did have a couple starts in the fall that she just couldn't hold on against a little bit tougher competition than what she'll face here. No match against Sweet Blindness. Sweet Blindness is too good for 5,000 claimers anyway, so the margin of defeat not as bad as it looks. No Stone Unturned, a realistic gate-to-wire shot. Ouch, that hurt. More of the stalker of the 2. She comes off the layup, but she's faced tougher in the past as well. The 2 entry at odds of 9 to 5. The 5, Make a Joyful Noise, definitely has the numbers to be competitive here. She dropped to 5,000 towards the end of the fall last year and ran a good second when last seen in October. Then came off the layoff and ran great considering it was her first start of the season to finish 4th. The number was good. It was a good race, well-graded race for 5,000 against Fast Fran and Treat Her Like Star. So that alone, if she's close to those horses, which either one of them would finish ahead of these horses, that makes her automatically a contender in here. And she's co-favorite at odds of 9 to 5. Stabilize, maybe more of an underneath type this part of her career. She did win going 5 furlongs earlier this season, but that was against a little bit easier field. But she's always close, hard to leave her out at tries as supers, kind of like the 6-horse Trip Road, who you should see closing late if a pace does develop. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts in the 5th. Scratch part of entry 1, investment grade.
Coming onto the track for the fifth race, fillies and mares. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 races in the past year. Scratch 1 investment grade, part of the Louis Gutierrez entry. 3 La Cafetera, now 2 pounds over. This is the first leg of our 4th of July Pick 5 sequence. Post time in about 4 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 1A Stabilize. Nazario Alvarado. Stabilize is looking for her 10th career victory. 2 No Stone Unturned, looking for her 9th career trip to the winner's circle. Oscar Gomez, the pilot. 2 for the price of 1, because you get the 2B. Ouch, that hurt. Also, Jeremias Flores. 3 La Cafetera, Carlos Barbosa, a couple of pounds over. The lone filly is the 4 Betty Rubble, Christian Navarro. 5 Make a Joyful Noise, Emmanuel Di Diego. 6 Trip Roads, gunning for 2 in a row, her jockey Joel Zonier. A field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. The pick 5 in about 3 minutes. Pace makes the race. That's usually the way it goes. Pace making the race here in the 5th. Big scratch of the 1 investment grade. Gives all the advantage to No Stone Unturned. I still thought No Stone Unturned had the advantage even with investment grade in the race, but now that we have lost her main pace nemesis, No Stone Unturned should pop the starting gate and take this group gate to wire. We're not getting any price, 6-5. You're coupled with Ouch, That Hurt. It's a pretty powerful entry. No Stone Unturned showed good speed on the 6th of June, a race in which she desperately needed. 5 of her 8 lifetime victories have been here at Finger Lakes. 5 of her 8 lifetime victories have been at this distance. A very favorable record when going 5.5 furlongs, 19 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds, 2/3. She is by far the quickest out of the starting gate. All she needs to do is pop the starting gate, and they're probably going to follow her around, in my opinion. No Stone Unturned at 6-5. And you get Ouch, That Hurt, 2 for the price of 1. The entree's not as good without something on the side. Ouch, That Hurt is a 7-year-old mare who has a lot of past class. Look at her record, fans. 22 starts, 7 wins, 6 seconds, 2/3. That is a very solid record. She's already captured the 2nd State Bred allowance race here. That was a long time ago. She is nothing what she used to be, but her best race makes her very formidable. And then you get a powerful entry mate. Boy, the Barrow entry looks pretty solid, in my opinion, to start our pick 5. Even money. It's a football bet, and I'll take it here. No Stone Unturned and Ouch, That Hurt. All right, we always got to go fishing for somebody to beat the chalk. Maybe the 5, Make a Joyful Noise, our second choice, is the one to key on. She has a pretty good record. 9 out of her 16 races have resulted in a top 2 finish. 4 wins with 5 seconds. She was victorious against a non-winners of 4 lifetime group back on the 20th of September. That was over a sealed racetrack. It should be noted also that the time that she won before that was over a sealed muddy racetrack at Parks. Looking at her record, she is 1 for 12 over fast racetracks with 4 seconds. Very favorable record over a wet racetrack. 4 starts, 3 wins, and 1 second. Our track label remains good. Well, I guess we are fast. Hey, thanks for letting the announcer know. Fast racetrack for the 5th. Make a Joyful Noise, the second choice. Gotta shake my head sometimes. 1A Stabilized, looking for her 10th career victory. Good effort, 2 back. I liked her chances a lot better when her entry mate stayed in the race. I will say this, once upon a time, Stabilize was a pretty quick gal out of the starting gate. She has reverted to stalking tactics as she has got a little bit older in her career. 9 wins from 36 starts, so she hits it 25% of the time. She is hoping that maybe Betty Rubble, the lone filly, can try to stay close and soften up No Stone Unturned. If that pace scenario develops, Stabilize could be one to benefit at 7-1. Likewise for the 6 Trip Road, who is a late runner. She just got done beating an inferior group. Saratoga Beauty was an odds-on favorite yesterday, who's had trouble winning a race of late. Saratoga Beauty hopped at the start, and all of her chances were compromised there. She still ran a very credible second. The gal behind her finished fourth in the similar race. So Trip Road's going to have to really step it up and beat this group if she wants to get to the winner's circle. She's up against it, in my opinion. She does have a lot of good races, especially with those 9 second-place finishes. I'll put her underneath. 2, No Stone Unturned, the one to beat. Looking at the TV monitor, our track condition is now fast for the 5th. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th race. 6-5 for the Paul Barrow entry. 7-5, Make a Joyful Noise. Stabilize the first one in. La Cafetera takes her place. There's the lone filly, Betty Rubble. Once again, our track condition has been upgraded to fast. There is the very fast mare, No Stone Unturned. A little bit of reluctancy loading into her respective post. Make a Joyful Noise, the second choice at 3-2. Ouch, That Hurt, 2 for the price of 1 for Paul Barrow. And Trip Road looking for 2 in a row. Ready for the 4th of July, pick 5. And there they go. And there goes No Stone Unturned, popping the starting gate as expected. And look at her open up with ease. Betty Rubble second inside of Ouch That Hurt and outside of Stabilize. Make a Joyful Noise is 6 lengths from the front. Better than 2.5 to Trip Road. La Cafetera is the last of all. No Stone Unturned, a freewheeler with the top spot where she likes to be. Her stablemate Ouch That Hurts into second. There's Make a Joyful Noise getting within 4 past the 3/8. Betty Rubble's back to 4th and stabilizing the 5th spot, 7 or 8 from No Stone Unturned. La Cafetera second last. Trip Road at the back. No Stone Unturned, 6-5, looks good at the top of the lane. Ouch That Hurt, her stablemate still fighting for second. Far outside, Make a Joyful Noise. I'm going to stabilize. No Stone Unturned. The speedy mare with the lead all to herself. Take the 6-5 and go to the bank. Ouch, That Hurt was second. Make a Joyful Noise third. Here's La Cafetera fourth along the inside. Trip Road for the Super. Pace makes the race. Investment grade scratch. No Stone Unturned. Said thank you very much. 6-5. A holiday gift for everybody here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. No Stone Unturned all the way. Her stablemate ran well chasing her. Then it's Make a Joyful Noise. And La Cafetera and Trip Road. 1 minute 6 and 6/100ths. Numbers will be 2, No Stone Unturned first. Second place, 2B, Ouch, That Hurt. Third place, 5, Make a Joyful Noise. Fourth place, 3, La Cafetera. And fourth place, 6, Trip Road. 6, Trip Road will complete the superfecta. No Stone Unturned. Her 9th career victory. She's getting close to $140,000 in earnings. A 7-year-old bay mare by Bustin' Stones out of the dam Canaima. Paul Barrow owns and trains. Winning jockey, the Missile, Oscar Gomez. No Stone Unturned was bred in New York by Radi Valente and Charles Casale. And race 5 is official. Look at that. The entree's not as good without something on the side. You get a better place payoff. $4.90. 3-2 double, $23.20. 2-5 exacta, $11.80. 2-5-3 trifecta, $11.15. 10-cent super, 2-5-3-6, $5.72. 4-3-2 pick 3, $31.50. Race 6, number 6, Dream Away 7, 2 pounds over the weight. Race 6 in about 21 minutes at 3:45, starting our late pick 4.
About 10 minutes to post for race number 6. And yeah, the entry was awfully tough in race number 5. No stone unturned the speed. Ouch, that hurts as the stalker. They dominate. They run 1-2 in race number 5 for Paul Barrow. Oscar Gomez, who has been winning every day now, he gets a victory for Paul Barrow as that race dominated by the Barrow stable. 6 race and allowance race, fillies and mares, never won 3 condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. A little bit of a price on the board right now is the 2 Cross Island, one of 2 M. Anthony Ferraro trainees in this race. Keeper Co already with 2 wins on today's card, and Cross Island had been off a whole year from April of 2022 of April 2023, and came back in a route race on the turf, and actually didn't run that badly considering in that race, as he was forced to chase in a tougher turf race in New York. Then came here for the first time and was able to get up to get the win. Was a hard-fought victory in that race. It wasn't the greatest of trips, it still won. So maybe coming around is Cross Island. He's looking for 2 in a row. Obviously a tougher group today, but maybe he's sharp enough and getting better. I mean, this is only his 3rd start of the year after that year layoff. So if anything, he should be running at his best right now, and that could be enough to get him to the winner's circle. Right now, a little overlooked at odds of 5-1. The 3 horse is Russia. Stretches out after just losing all chance at the start. This horse broke in the air that day and never really in it. It didn't matter anyway because the race was won by Sandy's Garden. And how are you going to beat Sandy's Garden? That horse is one of the best fillies and mares on the grounds, just dominating again. We'll see Sandy's Garden maybe at Saratoga after how impressive she's been in 2 starts this year. There's a couple of the races that were in these conditional allowance that you see the winner and how dominant they were. Warrior Nation was another one when that one broke its maiden. But Russia had been facing some tough customers at Oaklawn Park. This is a better distance for Russia. So very much a contender with a better start today, and that might be the key. He needs to get out of the gate a little better than last time. Dream Away 7's an interesting one. This horse has won 2 of her 3 career starts, her last one being April at Aqueduct, so arrives here for the first time, looking to make it 3 of her last 4. She's not really that well bred for the route, but it may not matter. It's not like she's going that much further than the 7 furlongs last time. The only thing is she does face older horses after running against restricted 3-year-olds the last 2 starts. She did run against older in her maiden claiming victory in her debut, which was pretty impressive, the way she dominated that day. So we'll see if she can do it going a little bit longer today from an outside post. She's got to go 1.70 miles, but she's getting a lot of support. Of course, with these connections, you're going to see that. She's out of a stakes winner. Away we go, and comes off her best last race by her with that 68 last time. So she's a strong player in here. She's right now at 8-5. Another horse that may have a shot at here would be the 4, Saratoga Kisses. She stretches out for the first time this year after running a 6 furlong race where there was just absolutely no speed in that race. Curly Girl taking advantage of a lack of pace in that 3/4 race. And her route races aren't bad at all. She's always close against some good allowance competition last year, and she was showing good works, and it showed good work since that last sprint race. Definitely not out of it. And she's another one getting play at 5-1 with most of the early play on the outside horse, Dream Away 7. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in race number 6.
Coming onto the track for race 6, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races, 1 mile and 70 yards. 6, Dream Away 7, 2 pounds over. There's the field, 1 Silent Invasion, Luis Perez. Stablemate 2, Cross Island, K. Burkoa looking for 3. M. Anthony Ferraro looking for a training double. 1 and 2 are stablemates. 3 is Russia, Kevin Navarro. 4 is Saratoga Kisses, Joel Cruz. 5 is Misty Gale, Michael Davila Jr. And the 6 is Dream Away 7, John Davila Jr., a couple of pounds over the weight. Our late pick 4 in about 4 minutes. All right, race 6, a nice allowance event, fillies and mares. Non-winners of 3 races. Right now, the 6, Dream Away 7's getting all the money. Going to stretch out this afternoon, always dreaming out of a Tisway mare. 2 out of 3, she has got into the winner's circle to kickstart her career. We will see how she handles the added real estate. It did not seem to bother her on the 28th of April. After her 2 6-furlong races, she went to that 7-furlong affair and made up a lot of ground. I know the pace was pretty hot, which probably aided her final quarter of a mile. She made up 9 1/4 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. They did sizzle up front, going 7 furlongs. She should be forwardly placed. I don't see a lot of pace on paper here, but we do have Saratoga Kisses stretching out, but it's not like she's ever really been gunned in the past. Cross Island likes to relax early. Maybe Silent Invasion, who's on the comeback bid, will set the pace along the inside. So the 6 should get a pretty good stalking trip under John Davila Jr. I made her my top pick. 1 Silent Invasion I find intriguing. She might need a race, but hey, I've seen comebackers with lesser work tabs win, like we saw earlier in race 2. She's been a route of ground on a couple of occasions. One was victorious, and the other was a 5th place finish in a pretty salty New York Oaks last year, and she had an unfavorable post that day from the far outside. I like her getting the rail. She has a nice work tab for this comeback bid. She's a little dangerous in my opinion. Her price is pretty enticing at 9 to 2, as is her stablemate, the 2 Cross Island. If you're against the 6, both of the Ferraro fillies and mares warrant a big time look. 2 Cross Island came to us on the 20th of June. She had been competing on the NYRA scene. This is the first time she's been able to put 3 races together in her career, so that's a positive. K. Burkoa has one of the best clocks on the grounds. He will have her in a good spot. If there's not a lot of pace in the race, then Caber will have her amongst it or not that far off of it. If they're going quick early, he will have her further back and put in a good kick. This one warrants a big time look. Cross Island at 4 to 1. She has already proven around the 2 turns, as is her stablemate. 4th place, I put the 3, Russia. Here's a gal who was able to get to the winner's circle at Oaklawn Park on the 21st of January. That was a 30,000 N2L. She was claimed that out of that affair, and her current connections claimed her in the subsequent start. Boy, if you're good enough to win at Oaklawn in their salty winter season, you're a contender here at Finger Lakes. Last time out, she broke in the air and she was far back, and the pace wasn't that fast, and she was up against a freak named Sandy's Garden. This is a much better spot for Russia with the 2 turns to deal with. 6, 1, 2, 3 for me here in race 6, starting our late pick 4. 1 minute post time in a minute. It's post time for the 6th. A field of 6-5 fillies and one mare. Cross Island, the lone mare. Favoritism to the bottom. Number 6, Dream Away 7 at 4-5. The 1, Silent Invasion, 5-2. Her stablemate, the 2, Cross Island, at 7-2. Silent Invasion making her first start as a 4-year-old, last seen in our New York Oaks back in 2022. She had the lead to the top of the lane, breaking from that far outside post. A lot of tote love on the board for the comeback bid. She's the second choice at 3-1. Her stablemate, Cross Island, the third selection, 7-2. Russia will be next. Much better distance for her this afternoon. She was victorious back in January at Oaklawn Park for a 30,000 N2L. There's Saratoga Kisses. Misty Gale has already blown up the board once on this season. She's 19-1, the biggest price. And then you get the favorite, Dream Away 7. Dream Away 7, the last of 6 to the outside. She is even money. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Dream Away 7 broke outward. She's amongst the pace. Silent Invasion's quicker from the inside. Saratoga Kisses comes away running in the third spot. And here is Cross Island along the rail, making a bid for third, trying to vie into that second spot. Russia from the inside, just in front of her. Misty Gale 3 deep. So it is Silent Invasion making the pace from Dream Away 7 and Cross Island. Russia. Somewhat of a tight spot for her along the rail. Saratoga Kisses had to check momentarily. Misty Gale's from her outside. So it is Silent Invasion and Luis Perez on the lead at the 5/8. Better than 2. Dream Away 7 secures a nice stalking trip. Cross Island's off the inside. She's third, racing with her. Russia. They have more than 3 to make up. A length and a half for 2 to Saratoga Kisses with Misty Gale. 2 by 2 up the backstretch run. 24 4/5, 49 3 1/2. Silent Invasion still with the lead. Dream Away 7 gets a little closer. Here's Russia, making a move into third along the inside, traveling well enough. And Crossed Island has asked for her run, 4 lengths from the front, but she's under a vigorous drive. Break of nearly 5 to Misty Gale and Saratoga Kisses. Silent Invasion confronted by Dream Away 7. A big opening for Russia along the inside, but it's Dream Away 7 who comes away with the lead. Silent Invasion has fight from the inside. Russia is third, then Cross Island. Dream Away 7 and Silent Invasion. Dream Away 7 for 3 out of 4 in her brief career. Silent Invasion ran very well in defeat. Then Russia, Saratoga Kisses, Cross Island, and Misty Gale. Six is the winner, Dream Away 7. Good effort by the 1, Silent Invasion. 3, Russia, distant third. 1:45 and 8/100ths the final time. Waiting for the numbers to be posted. Make sure to hold all tickets. Fourth place for Saratoga Kisses. 6134 on the board. Number 6, Dream Away 7 makes her way into the winner's circle 2 in a row and 3 out of 4 to kickstart her promising career. A 3-year-old Bay filly by Always Dreaming. Out of the dam, away we go. Owned by My Purple Haze Stables. Winning trainer Chris Engelhardt. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. There's a Kentucky bred by Nice Wonder Stable LLC along with Serendipity Farm. Race 6 is official. The double, 2-6, $11.40. 6-1 exacta, pretty good exacta, $17.20. 6-1-3 trifecta, $13.87. 10 cent super, $9.10. The pick 3, 3-2-6, $10.35. On to the 7th race. Couple of scratches, 2 and 8, Rollover and Kill Britain's Red. Our 7th race is named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.1. David Wheels Maxwell's on the Brother We Show. Our 7th race named in honor of Wheels Maxwell. It starts the late pick 3, post time in about 19 minutes.
Getting ready for race number 7. This starts the final pick 3 of the day, and that includes our feature race, the Niagara Stakes, race number 8. Looking back at the 6, a 1-2 speed number, as front speed has had the advantage over this Independence Day card. Does happen here at Finger Lakes when we get that drying out racetrack, but a lot of horses have been on or near the lead, and that was a 1-2 speed number. Silent Invasion able to come off that long layoff, go a long way, but Dream Away 7 proved best, wearing that one down. That's 3 wins and 4 starts for Dream Away 7. She's off to a very good start in her career. John Davila Jr. for trainer Chris Engelhart. It's an 11-9 claimer, is the 7, never won 2 condition. We do scratch the 2 rollover and the 8 Kill Britain's Red. And an interesting race because, as mentioned, you got to be on or near the lead today. Well, you got a few of them that have some front speed in this race. Mission Cat, pretty quick from the gates, but that one's coming off a layoff since September. War Tapped ran huge in her debut. She was able to control the pace that day, but also beat a good one in Golden Moonlight, and that's got to save her something. That one looked impressive. Well, we last seen Golden Moonlight, but her previous 2 starts against winners weren't as good. She was a beaten favorite in both of them. Well, Princess Sonia, she probably shouldn't have been the favorite after watching Princess Sonia run. That one got off a step slow and still won that race, and the other race was won by Sandy's Garden. Guess she shouldn't have been the favorite in that race. So she looks to be the horse to beat in this race based on company kept against the winners. She gets some class relief at the 11-9. Question is going to be the pace scenario. I think that's the only thing that's up against War Tap, who looks to be the best horse in the race, as front speed's been good, but she could be close and maybe even can hold the rail on Mission Cat and others, and that could be the key for race number 7. And she's a good price right now at odds of 2-1. At 3-2 is the 4 Georgie's Ladies. That one a dominant victory against an easier maiden claiming field, as she pulled away after controlling the pace in her maiden win. That was her first trip over the track, so tough to gauge how good she is. This is usually a tough move. I know it's the same claiming price, but it could be considered up in class after the 11-9 2-life maiden to the 11-9 2 lifetime. But this one does look like one of the pressing speeds in here. A little tougher as far as the pace there is concerned, but she shortens up to 5.5. And again, tough to gauge how good she is because of the maiden field that she beat, getting some play. The 5 is Mission Cat. She's quick early, and she's run against some good horses in the past, but she's had a lot of chances with the 5 seconds and being 1 for 12. But if she can be the speed of the speed here, she's dangerous on this racetrack the way that it's played today. But she's been lightly raced since last summer, only the 1 race during the fall. So lack of activity would be the main downside for Mission Cat, but her running style doesn't hurt her either, as you got the 3 main contenders here, all have very similar running styles, as they all like to be close. It is 5.5. Now, if you're looking for a horse to stalk off of those 3 speeds, maybe the 1 Colby Girl, as long as she stays close, as she did show some speed from a 10 post last time, but they went slow. They went 47, and she was caught wide in that race. It was an improved effort responding to the drop in class. She was 29-1 that day. Maybe a step below a horse like War Tapped, but maybe if she can sit the right kind of trip and the pace does somehow take its toll on this track, Colby Girl maybe could sneak up and pass them all. She's at odds of 6-1. So those are some of the contenders for the 7th. Remember, we start the last pick 3 of the day, including our big feature, the stakes race, the Niagara Stakes. That's the next event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double also offered. Scratch the 2 and the 8.
Fillies and mares in the 7th race, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Claimers 11-9, couple of scratches 2-8. Roll over and Kill Britain's Red. First leg of our late pick 3. 7th race named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.1. The 7th race in about 4 minutes. One is Colby Girl, Heeman Harkey. 3, War Tapped, John Davila Jr., Chris Engelhardt of My Purple Haze Stables, all looking for consecutive trips to the winner's circle. Even money War Tapped. 4 is Georgie's Ladies, gunning for 2 in a row, Luis Perez. 5 is Mission Cat, Oscar Gomez, Paul Barrow looking for doubles. 6, Wabansi, Joel Saunier. 7, Becky's Mission, Jeremias Flores. 7th race in about 3 minutes. Late pick 3 time, 7th race on our 4th of July program, named in honor of Wheels Maxwell. Wheels is on the Brother Wee show. Our 7th race named in his honor. Field size reduced to 6 after the scratches. How about a little bit of an upset pick here with the 5, Mission Cat. One of 2 mares. I think she's the speed of the field. This is her first start as a 6-year-old mare. She is still in search of that elusive 2nd career victory. She has finished 2nd on 5 occasions. So she's a 50% hitter, 1-2. Unfortunately, she just doesn't win often, but unfortunately, she's been up against some pretty nice gals throughout her career. Gone and Forgotten, Isle Storm, Avid Sukanori when she was going good. Doc Rock was really sharp back in June of 2022. Sue Ellen Mishkin's a nice one who's ventured on to Kentucky and has done some good things. Lauband's Legacy, Queen's Dancer. The thing I like about Mission Cat is I think she's quicker than War Tapped. She's shown she can go 45-3. War Tapped shows she goes 46-2. That's a significant 4-length difference. I also like the fact that Mission Cat on 2 occasions has run very fresh and she has run very well. Neither getting to the winner's circle, but both good runner-up efforts. Her career debut race back in 2021, she had the misfortune of running up against Nightcap. Finger Lakes fans will always remember Nightcap. Very talented runner from Jimmy Wright's barn. Now Nightcap has been competing in stakes races at Tampa and Monmouth. Last year on the comeback bid, Mission Cat raced against Doc Rock. I'm hoping she's quicker than War Tapped, and I'm hoping she gets brave on the front end. Let's make it a double for Oscar Gomez and Paul Barrow. 3, War Tapped is dropping out of the allowance ranks, same as Mission Cat. Mission Cat's running for 11,000 for the first time, as is War Tapped. War Tapped was up close, a gate-to-wire winner, her debut. That was a 5-furlong race. After that, she faced Sandy's Garden, no match for her as a beaten favorite. Boy, you'd like to rewind the clock there, wouldn't you, on the 23rd of May. War Tapped was favored over Sandy's Garden. I got to say it again. Unbelievable, huh? Then she was favored against Princess Sonia. Princess Sonia's a up-and-comer this season. She's rattled off back-to-back victories. Chris Engelhardt, My Purple Haze Stables, a homebred here, not messing around, dropping her in for 11. She should be forwardly placed. You know, Mission Cat has a tendency to make the lead but come back to her rivals. Perhaps the way the track's playing, War Tapped will be in a good spot, stalking at 3-2. For Georgie's Ladies, how good is this one? We don't know. Her first start at Finger Lakes on the 31st of May for 11,000. She rolled by 6 lengths. She got away with a soft pace that day. 22-4, 46-4. Those type of fractions equate to a stalking or come from behind trip this afternoon. We will see how good she is momentarily. I've made her my 3rd choice. She's 2-1. A lot of love on the board for Georgie's Ladies. For a long shot, what about the 6 Wabansi? I thought her race on the 8th of May was pretty good. A decent 4th place finish against Lockbox, Road to Royalty, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Lockbox and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me are up next in the Niagara. Road to Royalty would be awfully salty here. Then she's up the track against Sandy's Garden. They stretch her out. She's forwardly placed in back pedals. Let's see if she can make a late run. Joel Saunier is a very patient jockey. He's hoping for a lot of pace, and if so, maybe Wabansi at a nice price can crack this try or superfecta. 5-3-4-6 here in the 7th, starting our late pick 3. It's named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.1. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. 3 War Tapped getting hit hard late. She's down to 6-5. 6-5, clear-cut favoritism. Number 3 War Tapped. 4 Georgie's Ladies and 5 Mission Cat are both 5-2. Colby Girl is in, joined by the favorite War Tapped. There's Georgie's Ladies. Mission Cat, one of 2 mares. Becky's Mission, the other mare, both of the grays. Mission Cat has run well, fresh in the past. A couple of runner-up efforts off the comeback, one to start her career, and then the comeback bid last year. Here's Wabansi, and then the other mare, Becky's Mission. War Tapped all the way down to even money. Late pick 3 time. And there they go. Mission Cat is out for the lead, and War Tapped is equally as fast. Colby Girls up close. Georgie's Ladies getting a nice stalking trip. Following them, Wabansi and Becky's Mission. So it's War Tapped and Mission Cat, and they throw it down with one another. And look at the trip for Georgie's Ladies, traveling comfortably enough with 2 targets to chase. Colby Girl is 4th, Wabansi 5th. Becky's Mission's at the back. War Tapped wasting no time, taking it right to Mission Cat. And the race shapes up beautifully for Georgie's Ladies, and here she comes with her good-looking run. Colby Girl's 4th, then Wabansi, and at the back is Becky's Mission. War Tapped, softened up by Mission Cat. Georgie's Ladies looking to try to take full advantage, but War Tapped is strong. War Tapped has the lead. Georgie's Ladies to her outside. Mission Cat is 3rd. Wabansi's into the 4th spot. It's War Tapped. War Tapped meant business. She took it right to Mission Cat and still had plenty left to fend off Georgie's Ladies. War Tapped, bartender doubles for My Purple A Stables, Chris Englehart and John Davila Jr. Georgie's Ladies was 2nd, 3rd and 4th tight between Wabansi and Becky's Mission. Big effort from the 3 War Tapped. Took it right to Mission Cat ASAP out of the starting gate. And she was a much the best winner. Georgie's Ladies, boy, she had the race shape set up beautifully for her. She could not take advantage, only muster second. 3-4 on the board with a photo for third and fourth. 1 minute 6 and 33 100ths the final time. Third place, number 6, Wabansi. Fourth place, number 7, Becky's Mission. War Tapped makes her way into the winner's circle. Good-looking 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly. She's by War Dancer out of the Read the Footnotes mare Untapped Secret. My Purple Haze Stables, Chris Engelhart, John Davila Jr., Bartender doubles all the way around. The winner was bred in New York by My Purple Haze Stables. Seventh's in the books. The double 6-3. Chris John, My Purple Haze Stables, double $11.60. 3-4 exact $18. 50-cent try, 3-4-6, $15.25. 10-cent super, 3-4-6-7, $9.62. Our seventh race named in honor of David Wheels Maxwell from Radio 95.1. Wheels is in the winner's circle. He's part of the Brother Wee Show on Radio 95.1. A big Finger Lakes shout out to Wheels Maxwell. Race 8 is our 4th of July featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes non-Lasix event. 6 furlongs, 3-year-old fillies, New York breds. Number 1, Wait, Don't Tell Me, 1 pound over 5. Isabel Loves Gold, also 1 pound over the weight. It starts our late double post time in about 19 minutes at 4:43. Once again, horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby. $150,000 added. 3-year-olds, New York breds, 1 mile and 1/16. The New York Derby will be run on Monday, July the 17th. Nominations close tomorrow. Horsemen, get those nominations in for the New York Derby. Still plenty of time to enjoy the food from Chappie's Hot and Netson's Ice Cream Truck. They're both on the grandstand apron. They'll be serving until about 5 o'clock. Take advantage. Get some ice cream on this hot and humid 4th of July. Chappie's Hot and Netson's Ice Cream Truck serving until 5 p.m. on the grandstand apron.
11 post for race number 8. This is our feature race of the day, the $50,000 Niagara Stakes. It is for 3-year-old New York bred fillies at a distance of 6 furlongs. First look back at race number 7, another good looking one in War Tapped. If you remember her, when she broke her maiden, she defeated a horse called Golden Moonlight. That horse has just gotten really tough to beat. She's going to be a stakes horse. And so will War Tapped. War Tapped may also have a future. Today she was able to get a track that was favoring her running style and be inside the other speed. And the big thing was the drop from an 11 to 9. She really is a classy horse. John Davila for trainer Chris Engelhardt. Now let's look at our feature. And it is a competitive feature race, as you have 6 betting interests. All of them have shown some good quality races, especially as 2-year-olds. Already a few of them have shown good efforts as 3-year-olds as well. I'm going to start with a 5, Isabel Loves Gold. She's 6-1 morning line, but I give her a much better shot than that. She broke her maiden in her second start as a 2-year-old back in August. She then entered the Lady Finger Stakes, but War Saichi got loose on the lead in that race as the lone speed, and she just had to chase her. Same problem in the next race. She was forced to chase without much speed in the race. She's got a hope. Well, she ran into Golden Moonlight, just mentioned Golden Moonlight, who finished second to War Tapped, who just won the previous race. But that horse is awfully tough and kind of was galloping on the front end with no other pressure. The question is going to be how much speed's going to go with War Saichi this time, or we may just have a repeat of that Lady Finger Stakes that was in the slop last September. But Isabel Loves Gold, second start off the layoff. They do improve as 3-year-olds. You can't just go by the 2-year-old form, and she was running well as a 2-year-old anyway, and she's currently at odds of 5-2. Mentioned War Saichi. She adds blinkers for this race. She is outside, though, so if she could clear for the lead, she could be in a situation, although a fast track today, where she could control the pace like she did in the Lady Finger Stakes. Now, there are a couple in here that do have some tactical speed that may make it a little tougher on her. As you see, a horse like Lockbox could show speed, and even Fancy Pants Juliana's not that far back either, but she could be the speed of the speed. She's been running against allowance races, and they're running against a horse like 'Cause You're Pretty. You're not going to beat 'Cause You're Pretty. And then last time was just never really on the lead. She was chasing the whole way. If she can make the lead, that gives her a much better chance, especially as the track has been favoring horses that have been on or near the lead for most of this July 4th card. She's currently at odds of 9-2. The one horse is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's going to look to stalk and then hope the speed comes back to her. She also comes out of that race won by Golden Moonlight, who didn't really go that fast on the front. They're not going to beat Golden Moonlight no matter what. But she was unable to pass Isabel Loves Gold, who was chasing that rival. But she's got 3 straight third-place finishers against relatively same competition that she faces here. This isn't much tougher than the 2 lifetimes that she comes out of. Her running style may not help her here, though, unless she gets a little bit of speed on the front and she could chase them down. But she's definitely a player, as she's often close against similar rivals. Fancy Pants Juliana is an interesting one. Her numbers don't match up to a couple of them in here, but she's only had 3 career starts. Her last race was our first start of the year off a layoff since September. She's very well bred. The dam is a half to 2 graded stakes winners. They paid $70,000 as a yearling for her. And keep in mind, her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old were on the turf. She ran okay, but the thing is, she's not really that strongly bred for the turf. She was able to beat a maiden field of restricted 3s last time. The only thing is, it wasn't a very fast time. So she's got to improve off of that effort. But with her breeding, second start off the layoff, maybe she very well will and be a factor in this race. That's a few of the contenders for a very competitive feature race of the day, the $50,000 Niagara Stakes. It is for 3-year-old New York bred fillies. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Race 8 is our 4th of July featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes. Non-Lasix event, 6 furlongs, 3-year-old fillies, New York breds. 1 and 5, both carry 1 pound over. Race 8, our featured event, starts the late double. Post time in about 5 minutes. Here is the field for the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes. Number 1 is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, owned by Gags Racing Stable LLC. Along with M. Anthony Ferraro. M. Anthony Ferraro is her trainer. Her jockey is Luis Perez. Number 2 is Joseph Boussy's Fancy Pants Juliana, conditioned by the Cowboy Bill Bartlett. Jose Baez is in the saddle. 3 is Matiz Racing LLC Tumbles. Her trainer is Sal Leorio. Her jockey is Oscar Gomez. Next will be Adrian D'Alessandro's Lockbox. Number 4, Lockbox is conditioned by Adrian's father, Ralph D'Alessandro. The pilot is Michael Davila Jr. 5 is Michelle Peters' Isabel Loves Gold. Her trainer is Michael S. Ferraro. Her jockey, Kay Burkoa, is looking for 3 on the 4th of July program, as is John Davila Jr., the jockey aboard number 6, Warsaichi, owned by My Purple Haze Stables, conditioned by Chris Engelhardt. My Purple Haze Stables, Chris Engelhardt, and John Davila Jr. looking for 3 consecutive trips to the winner's circle. Warsaichi 4-1 on the board. Those are the 6 3-year-old fillies for our $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes, our 4th of July featured event, post time in about 3 minutes. Feature race time on our 4th of July program, and it is a difficult handicapping assignment in my opinion, the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes. 3-year-old fillies, New York breds, and I've been picking her all season, and I'm going to give her one more chance, and that is the one, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. I will say I'm a little concerned with the way the track's been playing. It has been a very speed-favoring surface this afternoon. There isn't necessarily the most amount of pace on paper. I guess Warsaichi can go pretty quick from the outside. Isabel Loves Gold likes to be forwardly positioned. Lockbox could mix it up. The more the pace, the better it will be for Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. She caught my eye when she graduated by over 10 lengths last year, but that was over a sealed good racetrack. She has never won on a fast racetrack. I thought her second place finish to Small Pebbles was pretty good in the She's a Stone Cold Fox. That's when I really became a big fan of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Unfortunately, her 3-year-old campaign has not gone accordingly. 6 appearances, 3 at Tampa and 3 here at Finger Lakes have resulted in only 3 third-place finishes. The more you look at the She's a Stone Cold Fox, there is cause for concern because the winner, Small Pebbles, had to go all the way down to $11,000 yesterday to finally get back to the winner's circle. Still, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me is a filly that I think has ability. She has the ability to close ground from the quarter pole to the wire. I think she's been up against it in most of her races here at Finger Lakes this season. I'm hoping Warsaichi, Isabel Loves Gold, and Lockbox ensure a good enough tempo that Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me can overcome the trend of the track. It's probably a tall ask. I'm still sticking with my filly. 5, Isabel Loves Gold just raced against Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me had the benefit of already having 5 races in 2023, while Isabel Loves Gold was making her first start as a 3-year-old filly, and she ran very well. Neither of them were a match for Golden Moonlight, who is a promising Pennsylvania-bred filly from Jim Aquilano's barn. Isabel Loves Gold has the advantage of being a little bit more tactical than Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, and this is probably the one I should have picked on top. Kaber Koa was Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me's regular jockey until the 21st of June, and Koa had opted to ride Isabel Loves Gold. Perhaps that is the true tell here. Isabel Loves Gold, our current favorite, at 2-1. Thought the 4 Lockbox was somewhat intriguing. She could be forwardly positioned. She's run some pretty good races this year, including a victory on the 8th of May. That was at the abbreviated distance of 5 furlongs. Her second place finish to 'Cause You're Pretty, probably the best filly on the grounds, but she's a Kentucky bred, not eligible for this race, was a decent second. Then she ran into Curly Girl, who's a talented gal in her own right. She had won Our Lady Finger last year, and then recently she had the misfortune of running up against a monster named Sandy's Garden. She's back in against 3-year-olds. She has good tactical speed, and if you're looking for an upsetter, perhaps Lockbox is one to key on. 2, Fancy Pants Juliana ran very well on the 5th of June. That was her first start as a 3-year-old. She did get a very good opening quarter to run after, but she was somewhat into the race early, and I thought she showed a lot of professionalism. And if you really dive into her form, she showed some promise running in those turf dash races at Saratoga and Belmont at the Big A when she ran 3rd and 4th respectively. We'll see how she fares against winners for the first time in her career. Warsaichi is a very fast filly from the outside. She's getting blinkers on. She has a very quick work. You have to say this. The Connections thought enough to run Warsaichi here in the Niagara when they had War Tapped, but they decided to opt in that allowance race, or in that $11,000 race with War Tapped in the 7th. So that maybe bodes a little well for Warsaichi. Speed from the outside. And Tumbles gets back to a preferred 1-turn distance. She could come running on late. This is a very competitive Niagara Stakes. It's our 4th of July featured event, and the 3-year-old fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for our 4th of July featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, New York breds. Number 5, Isabel Loves Gold at 2-1. The 1, Wait, Don't Tell Me at 5-2. Both 4 and 6, Lockbox and Warsaichi are 7-2 in the wagering. Fancy Pants Juliana at 9-2, and Tumbles is the long shot at 12-1. 6 3-year-old fillies facing up to the gate. Tumbles will be the first one in. Tumbles turning back in distance to a preferred 1-turn sprint. She was victorious against Maiden Special Weights 2 races ago. There's Wait, Don't Tell Me, the runner-up in the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes last year as a 2-year-old. Fancy Pants Juliana, recent good-looking Maiden Special Weight winner. Here's Lockbox. She's had the misfortune of facing up against 'Cause You're Pretty in Sandy's Garden this season. Back in against 3-year-olds. Isabel Loves Gold. Recent runner-up effort in her 3-year-old debut. And Warsaichi getting the blinkers on this afternoon to the outside. Ready for the Niagara Stakes. And there they go in the Niagara Stakes. Quick start for Warsaichi. Lockbox is showing good speed. Wait, Don't Tell Me comes away running in a 3rd. Isabel Loves Gold makes a move for that spot. Fancy Pants Juliana's 5th. Tumbles is the early trailer. So Warsaichi's making the pace. Blinkers on, a length advantage to Lockbox. Isabel Loves Gold with a clear path to the leader. She's from the far outside. Wait, Don't Tell Me, much closer than normal. She's into the race early from the rail. Only a length off heading into the turn. Tumbles and Fancy Pants Juliana have about 5 lengths to make up on Warsaichi. Warsaichi has the lead. Wait, Don't Tell Me. Trying to push on through an opening along the inside. Warsaichi trying to deny her that spot. Warsaichi has another gear. She kicks away a length and a half from Lockbox, and wait, don't tell me, who tries to get away from the inside. Top of the lane in the Niagara Stakes. Warsaichi, the one to come and catch. The trend of the track works in her favor at the 8th pole. Wait, don't tell me has momentum, and here she comes with a good-looking run. And here is wait, don't tell me to the outside. Wait, don't tell me. She's the winner of the Niagara Stakes. Out finishing Warsaichi. Lockbox was third, and fourth place to Fancy Pants Juliana. Heads up ride by Luis Perez. We've had a forward racetrack this afternoon, and wait, don't tell me, who normally comes from much further back, was put into the race pretty early. She went for a bit along the inside past the 5/16. Luis did not get discouraged. He kept wait, don't tell me encouraged, and she was able to come and get Warsaichi in the final furlong. Lockbox ran well in defeat. A good time, 1:11 and 57/100ths. Still unofficial here in the Niagara Stakes. Photo will determine the winner. Looking at the slow-mo, we know who the winner is. It's wait, don't tell me. Number 1, wait, don't tell me first. Second of the 6, Warsaichi. Third place for Lockbox. Fourth place, number 2, Fancy Pants Juliana. Entering the winner's circle is number 1, wait, don't tell me. Well, not quite yet with this nice filly. And here comes wait, don't tell me. Been a tough 2023 for this talented 3-year-old Bay filly, but she breaks through in solid fashion this afternoon. She's by Mucho Macho Man out of the dam Yoli's Choice, owned by Gags Racing Stable LLC, along with M. Anthony Ferraro. M. Anthony Ferraro, the winning trainer, a training double for M. Anthony. Beautiful ride by the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. The winner was bred in New York by Mulholland Springs, LLC. And the Niagara Stakes is official. 1642, the top 4 finishers. A 3-1 double, $17. A 1-6 exacta, $33.60. Get back to the payoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle with the feature race trophy presentation is the living legend, Carl Anderson, our assistant racing secretary here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Everybody's a living legend here at Finger Lakes. Congratulations to Gags Racing Stable and M. Anthony Ferraro's. Wait, don't tell me. She's always had the talent. Today she strutted her stuff. That exacta, once again, $33.60. The double, 3-1, $17. 164 trifecta, $19.87. The 10-cent super, $14.40. All 6 in our pick 6, $625. 5 out of 6, $13. Those winning combinations, 4 with 3, with 2, with 6, with 2, 3, 8, with 1. $625 for all 6 and $13 for 5 out of 6. One more race to go on the 4th of July card. A very competitive nightcap, a good-sized field of 8. No changes. The nightcap in 20 minutes at 5:13.
getting ready to conclude the Independence Day card. Hope everybody had a good time. Some good racing today, including our stakes event. Turned out to be a real close one as Warsaichi just unable to seal the deal in that race. And wait, don't tell me, just in the right place. And good ride by Luis Perez, good aggressive ride, the way the track has been playing to keep that horse close and have the chance to chase that rival down. And wait, don't tell me, who just always finishes behind these rivals, finally gets the trip to finish ahead of these rivals today. Luis Perez for M. Anthony Ferraro. It's already the second stakes victory of the season for M. Anthony Ferraro. Remember that big upset win he had in the Barker with Disco Dino. 5,000 claimer is the last. I just want to remind everybody we are open 3 days a week, Monday through Wednesday. So we got another live racing card, an 8-race card tomorrow. 1:15 is the first post for that one, and all the following weeks, Monday through Wednesday, got a lot of good live thoroughbred action. Last race is a tricky one, so now where's a race that's a date or the never won 4 condition. Start with the 2-horse, Lost Anchor. A little bit of a price in here at odds of 6-1. Does look like the speed from the inside, as this horse has been running 4.5 furlongs at Charlestown. So a little further today, 5.5. He's inside the other speed and should be able to get to the rail and hold the rail as the inside speed, which isn't a bad place to be today. This horse is at odds of 6-1. Most of the play on the 1, Unicorn Sally, as M. Anthony Ferraro and Luis Perez look to take both parts of this late double. And this horse has obviously the class and the numbers to do so. Real tricky read on this one because it is only 5.5 furlongs. She's been off since July of last year. She's obviously better than these horses, but has only run this distance once, way back when, and didn't hit the board. Well, she's never been worse than second here at Finger Lakes, but those are route races. So what do you do with Unicorn Sally? If she runs her race, she might be just better than these and could beat these rivals. Obvious contender in this race, but real tricky read coming off that long layoff, a year off since the last time she ran, but it is a significant drop in class. The 3, Bayou Melody, she was against the racetrack last time as that closer's tiring track. In a sense, I mean, Christmas dinner still came from out of it, but maybe she didn't like the rail. It seemed like a horse that might have. They did do a slow first quarter of 23 and change, but she might be one to maybe sit and make a run this time after only losing by a couple lengths that last race. So that was her first race over the track. She does have some room to improve as she breaks from that inside 3 post. She's getting a little bit of action at odds of 5-1. The other one that I used was the 7, A Dab Will Do. She's been off since November, not as long a layoff as Unicorn Sally, but she's faced tougher in the past before dropping to 5 towards the end of last year, and she was no worse than second in both of those races. And the horse she finished second to was a pretty good one that came back to win. She then stepped up in class but went long and didn't get anything, and now comes back off of the shelf, dropping in for 5,000. She's better than most of these if she's on her game, but she is off that layoff since November. 2-3-1-7 went in the last. Exacta Try is super offered at race number 9. You got 7 minutes to post.
One more race to go for the 4th of July. The nightcap, 5.5 furlongs. Fillies and mares, $5,000 claimers. Non-winners of a race since the 4th of January, or non-winners of 4 races. No changes. A field of 8. The nightcap in about 5 minutes. All right, let's meet the field. The 1 Unicorn Sally's acting up just a bit. So we're going to skip ahead to the 2 Lost Anchor, Andre Worry. Jim Aquilano looking for another victory. 3 is Bayou Melody, Jackie Davis. Jackie's looking for her second winner. 4 draw off, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Carlos Camillo. 6 is Cat Glasses Kathy, Michael Davila Jr. 7, A Dabble Do, Oscar Gomez Paul Barrow looking for doubles. 8 is Dosage and Mimosas. The 10-year-old's looking for her 16th career victory. Caber Coa's looking for 3. Caber's looking to bookend the card. Her trainer, Anthony Ferraro's looking for 3 and sweep the late double. And he also saddles 1 Unicorn Sally, who skipped the parade. She got a little western out of the paddock. Luis Perez and Anthony Ferraro. They're looking for the late double. They captured the featured event with Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me in the Niagara Stakes. All right, those are the 8 fillies and mares. The nightcap in about 3 minutes. Let's get this analysis right into it. All right, I'm going to take a look at the 3. Bayou Melody, that girl, Jackie Davis, looking for 2. I picked Bayou Melody on the 24th of May. Thought she ran fairly well. That's a pretty good little group. Christmas Dinner, Daredevil Bull, they both ventured out of that spot for a nice starter allowance event. Christmas Dinner didn't run too well. Daredevil Bull ran very well. Daredevil Bull ran so well, she's going to go in the first state bred, I believe. I saw it on the overnight for next Tuesday. Bayou Melody, I liked some of those races last year. You know, here's a filly that was good enough to break her maiden at Monmouth for 12.5. She seems to be tactical. You have a Charlestown Invader making her first start as a 4-year-old, Lost Anchor, who probably will be quick on the front end. We're hoping Bayou Melody can sit a beautiful trip under Jackie and make a nice run. And it's 7-1. I'm willing to take another look with Bayou Melody, my top pick here in the nightcap. Kind of flip-flop between the Anthony Ferraro gals, which one to go with. Landed on the 8 Dosage and Mimosas, one of my favorites here. She's a 10-year-old mare. You know, the boys, the gentlemen, the elder statesmen, they've done very well this season, talking about our 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12-year-old geldings. How about a 10-year-old mare on the nightcap, Dosage and Mimosas? I thought her comeback race was very good on the 24th of May. There's Christmas Dinner and Daredevil Bull. Bayou Melody checked in 4th. I didn't like her most recent race on the 19th of June. I'm just willing to put the pen through that affair. One thing about Dosage and Mimosas, she has a pretty good short-term memory. She might run a clunker, but then she'll come right back and run a bang-up race. What's her price on the board? 11-1. Discard her at your own. How do I say that? I don't even know how to phrase it. I'm going to have to work on how to phrase that for the future. Discard her on your own, fans. Don't leave her off your ticket. How about that? All right, let's go to the 1 Unicorn Sally. She's making her first start as a 6-year-old. She's all the way in for $5,000. I'm not sure what to make of this move. I mean, here she is. Recently ran a winning race in a first state bred back in July of 2022 to complete her 5-year-old campaign. Prior to that, she was second in a similar condition, second in a similar condition before that. She was odds on in her last 2 races last time we saw her. I know one thing, Anthony Ferraro is one heck of a poker player. I never fare too well against him at the table. I'm not going to second guess this move by him. Unicorn Sally, although I will say it looks like she prefers added real estate, but perhaps for $5,000 she's just going to be good enough. And then the 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, 3-1 on the board. doesn't really get a lot of respect, although she did when she was a good-looking winner on the 31st of May. I thought her most recent race was pretty good. Fast ran, treat her like a star. I give her a little bit of a look here. Didn't know what to make of the Charlestown Invader. The 5.5 furlong distance, you know, if you run well at Charlestown, it doesn't necessarily translate to other racetracks. But I will say this, she's had plenty of time to get ready for this affair, and now she's conditioned by Jim Aquilano. Jim's starting to get a little better numbers of late. She's another one that you really probably don't want to leave off your ticket, but she's going to have to prove it to me. She's 8-1 on the board. 3-8-1-5. Going to go with Bayou Melody here in the nightcap. Club 50 promotion fans, if you got time to come on out tomorrow, why not? Sign up with our Lucky North Club, especially if you're 50 or older. Every Wednesdays here at Finger Lakes, you can get a complimentary program on track. All you have to do is show your player extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level. That's every Wednesday to get that complimentary program, part of our Club 50 promotion, part of the Lucky North Club. Don't forget, all season long, we do have free programs online, so you can go ahead this evening, fingerlakesgaming.com, click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital program, and you'll have tomorrow's action right there to study up for the Wednesday card. 1:15, I believe we're back to a 1:15 here in July. 1:15, first post tomorrow. All right, just a couple more minutes time of wagering left here in the nightcap. Sure hope you've had a great 4th of July. Let's close the day with a winner. Last call for the nightcap. It's post time for the 4th of July nightcap. Unicorn Sally getting all of the play, 6-5 on the board. After that, it's the 5. I know you ain't talking to me. It's 7-2. Unicorn Sally, 1 of 2 for M. Anthony Ferraro. Dosage and Mimosas, her stablemate to the far outside. There's Lost Anchor, Unicorn Sally, Lost Anchor, A Dab Will Do, all making their first starts here in 2023. Next will be Bayou Melody, or perhaps Draw Off. Emmanuel D. Diego's out of the saddle of Draw Off. Or I should say it's Oscar Gomez who's out of the saddle of A Dab Will Do. That's who we're working on next, A Dab Will Do. Been a long day, fans. 7-5, Unicorn Sally. And 5-2, I know you ain't talking to me. A little bit of a delay here with A Dab Will Do. Getting close to that post position 7. Almost in with A Dab Will Do. You expect this from a 2 or 3 year old filly, not from a salty 6-year-old mare, but it is her first start here in 2023. All right, here's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Bayou Melody and Draw Off already secured their spots. Cat Glasses Kathy, Dosage and Mimosas will be the last of 8. Unicorn Sally 8-5. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me at 2-1. Dosage and Mimosas, the 10-year-old mare to the outside. She's looking for her 16th career victory. We're ready to wrap it up for the 4th of July. And there they go. Awkward starts. I know you ain't talking to me, and a dab will do. Dosage and Mimosas broke aggressively. Here is Lost Anchor showing expected pace. Bayou Melody forwardly positioned with the Green Silks. Draw Off comes away running in 4th. Then Unicorn Sally, I know you ain't talking to me, advancing from her outside in the 2-path with the Green Silks. Farther out, Cat Glasses Kathy. A dab will do's the last of 8. Bayou Melody makes her move for the top spot. And there's Bayou Melody right alongside of Lost Anchor. And Dosage and Mimosas is up close to the action. So too is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, getting within 3.5 near the quarter pole. Bayou Melody, the one to come and beat in the nightcap. Unicorn Sally's now picking up her best stride, but she has a lot of work to do. Likewise for a dab will do. Bayou Melody, that girl Jackie Davis trying to get to the wire in time for a double. Unicorn Sally has a lot of momentum up the inside. Then Dosage and Mimosas. Bayou Melody, Unicorn Sally, Bayou Melody in the nightcap. A double for that girl, Jackie Davis. Unicorn Sally was second, then a dab will do. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and Dosage and Mimosas. That's how you draw it up on paper, fans. She got the trip I expected. It's a good performance. It's a good price. 9-2, 1 minute 6 and 9/100ths. Good enough to break your maiden at Monmouth for 12.5. Why not 9-2 here at Finger Lakes? One Unicorn Sally ran a good race in defeat. Photo for the balance. Hold all tickets. Seven, a dab will do third. 4th place, 8, a Dosage and Mimosas. And here comes a Bayou Melody. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Cajun Breeze out of the Dam Haunting a Melody. Owned by Windy Leaf Farm LLC. Winning trader John Buckley. A double for that girl, Jackie Davis. Winner was bred in Florida by Pam Ginn, J. Kevin Hahn, and Daryl Sully. 3178 unofficially in the nightcap. And the 4th of July nightcap is in the books officially. 3178. 1-3 late double, a nice $48.80. 3-1 exacta, $52. 3-1-7 trifecta, $52.50. 10-cent super, 3-1-7-8, $48.75. 3-1-3 late pick 3, $23.50. 6 with 2, 3, 8 with 1 with 3, our late pick 4, $65.50. 2 with 6 with 2, 3, 8 with 1 with 3, the 4th of July pick 5, $162.25. That's it for the holiday card. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. We will do it all over again tomorrow at 1:15. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.